Good morning, dear guests. Welcome to BioFreshCloud Symposium. In opening session, we have 4 speakers. I would like to begin by inviting Professor Dr. Birce Taban, the National Coordinator of BioFreshCloud project, for her opening speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Honorable my Vice Rector of Ankara University, Deans of Agriculture and Engineering faculties, Deputy Director of European Union PRIMA programs, and also Project Officer of European Union PRIMA programs, Coordinator of Technology Transfer Office of Ankara University, and General Director of the Technology of Transfer of Office of Ankara University, Director of Graduate School of Natural and Applied Sciences, and Director of Institute of Food Safety, Scientific Programs Chief Expert of TÜBİTAK, which is the funding agency of our national funding agency, presidents of several departments, academicians, my colleagues, and also the participants from both Europe and Turkey who are watching us simultaneously online from the official YouTube channel of Ankara University, and of course, welcome my dear project partners. A very warm welcome, bienvenidos, willkommen, ahlan bika, hoş geldiniz to all of you at the Symposium of BioFreshCloud project that is supported by the European Union's 2020 Horizon PRIMA program. Before starting, I would like to convey my highest appreciation to the distinguished Vice Rector, Professor Mustafa Fener, to the Deputy Director of European Union PRIMA programs, Dr. Ömer Amavi, and Project Officer, Dr. Mohamed Vagei, for considering attending this symposium. Your presence here today is a significant affirmation of the initiatives taken by agri-food-based scientific studies toward the development of the agri-food sector. Please join me in giving a round of applause to 3 professors. Today, I am very pleased to see you at Ankara University, which is the first university of the Turkish Republic, for the opening of this hybrid symposium on the BioFreshCloud project. In my view, there can be no better place for this symposium to take place than the Faculty of Agriculture of Ankara University, which has established a tradition in modernizing Turkish agriculture, defining and solving its problems scientifically, and training agricultural engineers to serve in the agri-food sector from the beginning of its first establishment in 1933. Therefore, I believe that both this deep-rooted history of the faculty and the historical atmosphere of this conference hall, which has been used for dedicated meetings on the agri-food team for more than 85 years, will be a good inspiration to all of us during this symposium. The decision of sharing our knowledge with you through this hybrid symposium was made last summer, since the data obtained from the project will help to highlight to develop an integrated, innovative, and eco-friendly approach to access optimal shelf life and minimize food losses of strawberries and tomatoes produced in the Mediterranean region by combining food biopreservation technologies, food modeling, and food cloud tools. The agri-food sector plays an essential role in the social and economic well-being of Mediterranean countries. Therefore, the technological solutions that we will share with you in the first part of this symposium here will hopefully imbued by a sustainable and circular view, making use of and valorizing Mediterranean agri-food resources to develop natural preservatives that will be applied to extend food shelf life and provide safer and fresher products to consumers in the Mediterranean area. As the BioFreshCloud team, we believe that the limitation in resources of Mediterranean food enterprises will overcome through the application of informative technologies and predictive modeling based on food cloud computing, enabling food traceability and control at distance in an automatic manner. Therefore, this symposium is planned to encourage discussion and deliberation to provide solutions to the increasing challenges faced by the agri-food value chain today and to contribute to the sustainable use of natural resources, economic growth, and stability in the Mediterranean region. In addition, national coordinators of some of other agri-food-based PRIMA projects are with us. I'm very grateful for all of their presence and acceptance of my offer to be together here and their willingness to share their projects and to share their experiences during this second part of the symposium. As a BioFreshCloud team, our goal is to come together to give talks that are idea-focused to foster solutions and provoke conversations on the agri-food supply chain. Furthermore, the background target of this symposium is well aligned with the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-31, which seeks to support the 2030 agenda through the transformation to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life, leaving no one behind. Last but not least, I would like to thank again the Rector, Professor Dr. Necdet Ünüvar of Ankara University, and my Vice Rector, Professor Dr. Hasan Sardar Öztark, for whose dedication has enabled this organization of this inaugural hybrid symposium. I also thank Micros, which is my co-partner, my co-project partner, for their contribution to the symposium. I wish all participants a successful meeting. And before starting, I would like to honor the Dean of my faculty, Professor Hasan Hüseyin Natar, to the stage so that he can start welcoming remark. Hoş geldiniz. Thank you.
Good morning for everybody. Welcome to my faculty. Thank you very much, Ms. Birce, for your speech and announcing me. I am expressing my welcome to my faculty. Let me introduce my faculty briefly. It was established in 1933, almost 19 years ago, with German scientists supporting establishing my faculty. It was, as I mentioned, the oldest and only the one agriculture faculty at that time, since 1955. After that, we started to establish the other faculties in Turkey. After 1955, starting other agriculture faculties. Right now, 48 agriculture faculty we have in Turkey. My faculty has 11 departments, including almost all agricultural subjects. I want to say that food engineering was also in agriculture faculties. So they removed engineering faculty. And we have 11 departments and plus 2 programs in English, 100% in English program. One of them is agricultural sciences. The second one is fisheries and aquaculture, which is my department also. I am from fisheries and aquaculture department. And we have right now 3,000 students, undergraduate students. Then we have 5 farms around Ankara. We are doing our best in that farms with students, of course, training of students in those farms, plant production, animal production, dairy production, poultry, and one of them is fisheries, aquaculture production, trout production. The last one about olive production. We almost started olive oil production this year, and we have 2 markets selling our products, reliable and trustable products. Natural production are farms. And my faculty is established in 5-decade area with 11 departments. Also, we have training facilities in my faculty, 2 dormitories in this campus for students. Then, for the projects, I am very happy to hosting this project opportunity here. Professor Mevlüt also has 2 PRIMA projects. Professor Ayşe also has 1 PRIMA. It will be, I believe that it will be very fruitful symposium. Yeah, people or everybody understand that food and agriculture is very important things for everybody. COVID pandemics told me this, that health is important, but more important than the health is food. What we eat making our health or not unhealthy. So we get this subject. We have this subject to produce fruitful and healthy products. And I don't want to say too much things. After the opening speech, we will have another meeting with my vice rector. Sorry for after we will leave. I again impress my best wishes this symposium very fruitful and successfully completed. Thank you very much for again joining this opportunity. Thank you.
And now I would like to invite the Deputy Director of European Union PRIMA, Dr. Omar Amavi, for his welcoming speech.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all participants here in this wonderful room. It gives me actually a great pleasure and an honor to stand on this podium here in this very prestigious and luxurious university. And I wish you more success and more achievements in the upcoming years. In fact, I have so many things that I'd like to talk about, but since this is only a welcoming remark, I would briefly tell you about PRIMA, what makes PRIMA, in my opinion, unique, something special, unlike the other programs. And I would like also to congratulate Turkey and the researchers who have been lucky to be part of the PRIMA community and to win one of those projects that are funded by PRIMA, because PRIMA is a very competitive program and funds only the best of the best proposals that we receive every year. So congratulations for you for being part of the PRIMA family. PRIMA started as an idea about 10 years ago, where several countries around the Mediterranean have realized that we are facing all together several challenges that if we tackle only one by one or bilaterally, it will be a lost battle before we start. So we decided, or those countries have decided, that we should really work together in order to tackle these challenges. But of course, we cannot solve all the problems at the same time. That's why we have identified some fields that are common to all those 19 countries, and we decided to work on these challenges. The 3 thematic areas that have been chosen are water management. Of course, you understand the importance of water in the Mediterranean, and it's becoming a real serious issue since the climate change is affecting the available water resources significantly. So we are trying to contribute to at least easing the effects of this climate change on the water resources, food systems and agro-food value chain, as well as Professor mentioned, that what we eat plays a major part in our health, and we need to preserve the resources that we have in the Mediterranean. That's why we have chosen this field to be one of the 3 thematic areas to fund, not only to produce enough food, because many experts think that globally we produce enough food, but the distribution of this production is not equal. That's why there are some locations that the loss of food reaches approximately 40% and sometimes even higher. So this is also another field of research without going into details. Identifying common challenges and thematic areas is not also enough. As I said, the challenge is bigger than what we think, and we need to even adopt further strategies in order to cope with this accelerating negative impact of those challenges. That's why we have adopted from the very beginning the Nexus approach, the water, energy, food, ecosystems Nexus approach, to be a cross-cutting thematic area over the 3 thematic areas, and we've specified that this is a major also thematic area within PRIMA program. And to support that, we have launched also a coordination and support action to build a platform for the successful or for the initiatives that have been implemented in the Mediterranean within the WIFI, or the Water, Energy, Food Ecosystems Nexus approach. So it could be as a reference and as a guide, as a help for researchers who are interested in this field to refer to and to build on the achievements that have been done so far. And this project will be concluding very soon, and the outcomes will be available to researchers. We did not even stop here. We decided to go further and expand our network and expand our activities. That's why we launched another coordination and support action to establish a community of practice within this WIFI Nexus approach. This community of practice will gather and will put all expertise, will share the experiences on a sustainable basis, so that when a project is finished, it's not just vanished or the results are just put in a scientific paper and that's it. No, we try to keep it alive, and this community of practice will be sponsored and hosted by the PRIMA program, of course, by the European Commission and the Union for Mediterranean. As I said, PRIMA is a very competitive program. We have launched so far 5 calls, and my colleague Dr. Wagih will present more in details the numbers. But here I would like to say that so far we have managed to fund 168 projects. They are all ongoing right now, because many of them did not finish on time due to COVID. But some of them will be finishing very soon, and hopefully you will be able to share the outcomes, which we expect and we hope that will be as innovative as we built and designed the program to select those projects based on. Turkey is doing very good in this program as a South country. In the PRIMA program, we have 19 participating states, 11 European and 8 non-European. Turkey is considered one of those South countries, non-Europeans in the program, and is doing very well. In my personal opinion, of course, I see Turkey, with all due respect to all other countries, sometimes it's even more advanced in science and technology than some of the European communities or some of the European countries. That's not to underestimate any of the countries, but of course this is a scientific fact. So we have to mention it, and we need to be really proud of it. Turkey is participating, I guess, in around 59 or 60 projects out of the 168, which is almost 1/3 of the projects, which is a great achievement. And in the food, it's participating in about 17 projects, which is almost 40%, because in the food we have around 35, 40 projects roughly. So congratulations for Turkey for such a wonderful contribution. I encourage you more to participate more and to consider more participation in this very competitive program. And to expand even your thoughts about being, I was just talking to a professor who got, who's partner in one of the projects, to think further in being even more coordinators in the program. And being a coordinator, being in the driver's seat, gives you privilege to direct the topic or the project or the proposal of the project at the very early stage to a very immediate problem or challenge that you are facing in your communities, and we have many of them. So this is your chance. PRIMA gives you this chance to be in the driver's seat, to steer the attention of the topic or the project to be funded towards this problem, and will bring to you some expertise from the Mediterranean, so that encourages you to find and expedite the process to find solutions for these problems that we are facing. And of course, I mean, the outcome of this project could be also scaled up and could be transferred to other Mediterranean countries, and we think also about expanding and going globally. I just came back from my participation in the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. It was a good participation, but the main topic that we were talking about is the impact of the climate change on our lives in general. And I mentioned that at the very beginning, and I would like to repeat it because it's really becoming a very serious issue. Without going into details, what we are doing is good, but it's not enough. So we need to work more, we need to put more resources, we need to be more serious, we need to be more bold, we need to get outside our what used to be our comfort zone, because if we remain doing what we are doing at the same rate right now, very soon we will be facing challenges that will take even longer to resolve, and if we cannot resolve them, our children's life will be much harder. So we need to think hard, and I put here the main role on the scientific community, because solutions have to come from the scientific community in general, not only the natural sciences or applied sciences, but also the humanitarian sciences, who play a major role in this process. So time is limited. I will stop here. I will be with you. I'll be more than happy to participate in all the discussions. Thanks for inviting us again, and best wishes for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite the Vice Rector of Ankara University, Professor Dr. Mustafa Fener.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to Ankara University for Symposium on the BioFreshCloud project, which is supported by the European Union Horizon 2020 Prime Program. As the world population grows each year, we must provide enough fruits and vegetables to meet everyone's nutritional needs. At the same time, the frequency and severity of threats to our highly globalized food value chain, arising from both man-made and natural crises, are increasing. Therefore, the development of agri-food technology and innovation are important for our future. I believe we are here today because we want to work together and share our experiences, find opportunities in these challenges, and apply novel technologies for healthier, safer, and more resilient food system through the EU multinational Prime project, whose thematic area is the agri-food value chain. The agri-food sector plays an important role in the social and economic welfare of Mediterranean countries. Thanks to Mediterranean's natural advance and local knowledge, Mediterranean food industries produce and process large quantities and varieties for products. After with unique qualities, however, most such processes, often on a small scale, operate in inefficient and unsustainable environments with recurrent food safety issues. The integration of small businesses and producers into official supply chain is a major challenge for suitable future for the Mediterranean agri-food value chain for the regional and local development. To enable use to achieve this vision, we have to more scientific research and innovation activities as key ingredient for the startup. Mediterranean agri-value chains suffer from a lack of safety, quality, and traceability standards, as well as inappropriate logistic infrastructure. Supply disorder, low innovation and management rates and poor market and communication skill make it difficult for businesses to meet the needs of consumers. This situation makes local products uncompetitive against imported products and creates a dependency on international markets. Sustainable food processing, including adherence to healthy Mediterranean diet, can make local produce more competitive and create new trade opportunities. Ensuring food security in the Mediterranean also means treating nutrition as a diet. Finally, the results and success of international multinational projects in the agri-food value chain will be key to future innovation and growth of the agri-food sector. I am also excited to say that 3 of the 18 US prime projects and the agri-food value chain in Turkey are being implemented at Ankara University. Thank you once again for coming here this morning and sharing your knowledge and suggestions with us. We would like to thank our participants from different countries, our valuable professors and our college who took part in the creation of the symposium story for their efforts and commitment of this journey. I wish everyone a successful and productive time at today's BioFreshCloud Project Symposium. Thank you.
We want to keep our Vice Rector on the stage for giving Ankara University labeled gifts to European Union Deputy Director Dr. Omar Amavi and PRIMA Project Officer Dr. Mohamed Vagey. Please, I invite you. Thank you. We continue our symposium. I would like to invite Dr. Mohamed Vagey.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. It's really my pleasure to be here with you today for this big gathering of 7 agri-food projects funded by BRIMA in one place. This is the first time that we have this number of all BRIMA projects under the same roof. Thanks a lot for the Ankara University and the Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Beers and Professor Fernando for organizing this event and for the kind hospitality. Without any further ado, I'm Mohamed Vagey. I'm the BRIMA Project Officer responsible for the agri-food value chain. Today, I will take you in a quick journey in some areas or some pillars. First, I will skip it or move it very fast about what is BRIMA for those who didn't participate before in BRIMA call, and then give you some statistical analysis and some results about our performance so far. Already, Dr. Amawi already mentioned, shed the light on these key figures. And just mentioning briefs about the BRIMA projects participating here in this symposium. For sure, in the afternoon sessions, we will know more about these projects and the incredible expected result that we are expecting from these projects. Last but not least, just to announce that for the what is next or what is coming for BRIMA. So for the BRIMA program, for those who didn't know that, some years ago, the European Commission and some participating states and the Mediterranean country, they had deep discussions about the common challenges facing the 2 shores of the Mediterranean, such as the climate change. And as Dr. Amawi mentioned that, we all were following the COP27 held in Egypt over the last 2 weeks. And we know now how the Mediterranean region is one of the most vulnerable regions in the world affected by the global warming and the climatic condition. as well as the high population growth rate. That's why we can note that the high unemployment rate, it's around 27% among especially youth and women, in addition to the classic problems and the challenges such as the food insecurity, water scarcity, energy deficiency, losing the biodiversity due to the unsustainable farming system, and last but not least, the lack of innovation. So in 2017, the European Commission, in addition to 19 participating states and countries, launched the BRIMA program. It's a long program, will last till 2028 so far, with a total investment around €500 million. And it is divided between two sections, Section 1 and Section 2, and we are lucky that today we have projects representing Section 1 and other projects representing Section 2. Section 1 is directly funded by the European Commission through the BRIMA Secretariat in Barcelona with a total investment €220 million. And Section 2, it is funded by the national funding agencies like our colleague here, TÜBİTAK in Turkey, with a total investment €274 million, and we are applying the national rules for participation. We have 4 thematic areas: the water, the farming, and the agri-food for sure, and the WEFE nexus, without forgetting as well the cross-cutting aspects or fields such as the capacity building, gender equality, digitalization. Regarding to the results, the first call, we launched it in 2018, and so far we are in the 5th round, and hopefully any of you who participated in the call for this year, we are expecting to launch the results hopefully by end of this month for Section 1 and by mid-December for Section 2. But for the first 4 rounds, you can scan this code. Don't worry, this is not the vaccination code, but you can scan it, or you can go to the BRIMA website to access the analytical tool where you can retrieve and analyze the data and results, and to be in touch as well with the other funded and running projects. I will just focus on some key indicators that, like so far, after the first 4 years, we funded 168 projects with a total investment $225.7 million. But one of the key indicators that we love to mention that 1,570 beneficiaries, here we are not talking about researchers, but we are talking about organizations. So we are expecting by end of this year, we will exceed 2,000 organizations from research and academic sector, from the private sector, representing here like by Migros, for instance, and policy decision organizations and public authorities and so on. This is the distribution of the projects so far. I just want to shed the light on the important participation of the private sector and the SMEs. So far, we have around 250 small, medium-sized enterprises from the 2 shores of the Mediterranean participated effectively with other colleagues from the academic sector in order to find solutions for the pressing societal challenges facing our region. Let's zoom more a bit to the agri-food. So far, we have 43 funded agri-food projects with a total investment €55.5 million, with a total number of beneficiaries, 428 beneficiaries. We have 14 projects under Section 1 and 29 projects under Section 2. Here, I just want to show to you that you can see that the participation of the SMEs, they almost participate in all BRIMA Section 1 agri-food projects, but it's not the same as well participation for the SMEs in this Section 2. Why that? Because we can notice some limitation in the national regulations for the participation of the private sector. Thanks for TÜBİTAK that you don't have this restriction. That's why it's very important, the role of the private sector in the development of the solutions and technological solutions for our problems. Going to Turkey, we can see that already Turkey is participating in 59 projects out of 168. This is around 35% of the projects. But there is another very healthy indicator that 5 of our coordinators are from Turkey, and this is the highest number for the non-EU. I can tell you that even for many EU countries, they don't have such a number of coordinators, so congratulations for all of you. I would echo what Dr. Amawi mentioned, that it seemed that the scientific base here and the research and innovation base in Turkey is really very strong, and we are really grateful for that. For the agro-food sector, Turkey is participating in 17 projects, and this represents around 40% of all our agro-food projects. And we have 2 of the coordinators are from Turkey. Now let's zoom a little bit more on the symposium projects that we have today. We have 7 projects for this afternoon that we will know more about these 7 projects. The BioFreshCloud, the Medi-Tomato, Medi-Fit, Agri-Compat, Bio-Orange Pack, and Phantom, and Green Dried Fruit. I will not go to the details of all of these projects for sure, but this is the briefing about these 7 projects with a total investment 9 million euro, 73 participating beneficiaries. And you can see here as well the distribution of the type of the action, like Section 1, Section 2, RE and E actions. I don't know if it is a bit clear here but you can see in this pie chart, the participation of Turkey is the highest among these 7 projects. And 13 participating states are involved in these 7 projects. The percentage of the budget goes to the private sector, around 22%, and 30% of the allocated budget goes to the MPCs or the Mediterranean participating countries or the non-EU BRIMA participating states. The BioFreshCloud, I for sure will not mention it or say anything in your presence, Fernando, but this project, very briefly, with the 7 partners, from 4 countries plus Argentina, okay, and they are aiming to develop an integrated, innovative, and eco-friendly approaches to assist optimal shelf life and to minimize the food losses, which is one of the pressing and a more severe problem that we have in the agri-food sector value chain in the Mediterranean region. The Medi-Tomato is aiming to bring innovation and sustainability along the value chain of the Mediterranean tomato industry. They have 10 partners from 6 countries. The Medi-Fit project, it's also a project funded under Section 1 with a total number of partners, 12 partners from 6 participating states, with a total investment 1.5 million, and they are aiming to address the current challenges and obstacles for the efficient implementation of the authentication and traceability of the food products for using non-targeted analytical methods. And they will address this, focusing on the cheese and the honey production. The Phantom, I couldn't see here Miset, the Turkish coordinator from the Middle East Technical University. I hope he is joining like remotely. And in this project, we have 16 partners from 8 countries with a total investment around 2 million euro. Their main objective is to reformulate the traditional Mediterranean tomato products using the leaf protein byproducts of the sugar beet processing and olive powder by using novel and eco-friendly. And this is something that we keep highlighting throughout our info days and events and so on, that it is not just important to solve the problem and to have an innovative technological products, but how you would approach this. That's why throughout all BRIMA projects, whatever the sector and the year is, you can see that they are applying eco-friendly or environmental-friendly technological solutions. The Bio-Orange Pack, it's a project coordinated by University of Catania, Professor Olga, and it's a consortium of 14 partners with a total investment 1.2 million euro, and they are aiming to minimize the waste by 80% of the industrial fruit by recycling, exploiting the most of the citrus bulb by utilizing it to produce a biodegradable and natural biocoating for fruit packaging. the Agri-Compact, which is one of the newest projects that we funded in BRIMA. It's coordinated by Professor Manuel Gonzalez from Spain, 7 partners from 5 countries. They are aiming to develop and improve the competitiveness of the farmers and the SMEs. And this showed the resilience and the dynamism of the BRIMA program, because this topic was launched at the time of COVID, because we tried to be responsive to this situation in the Mediterranean with the challenges facing the small farmers and the small producers, mainly at the countrysides of the Mediterranean countries. So BRIMA, we launched this goal in order to improve the resilience of our farmers against crises like the COVID and other climatic conditions. I think this is my last project, the Green Dried Fruit, a consortium of 5 countries, 7 partners, coordinated by Professor Alessandra from University of Milano in Italy. This is my conclusion for this section about that BRIMA. It's an annual call, so please follow up and apply for the upcoming one. And this is my last section for today, 168 projects, and now we have 169, and we are expecting in the next few days to have extra 6 new projects. 43 projects are agri-food, and they are tackling different traditional Mediterranean foods such as fish, seafood, tomato, rice, honey, cheese, meat, chicken, vegetables, and fruit. And we are keep highlighting and mentioning the importance of the synergy and the networking, such the symposium that we are here today. My last section will be very brief. That please stay tuned and keep an eye on the BRIMA social media channels and the website, because we are just waiting for the green light from the European Commission and the approval from the BRIMA Board of Trustees to launch the new call of the 2023. And good luck for all of you in the next call and in the application. Thank you so much for your time and for your attention. Thank you.
Our next speaker is the Scientific Programs Chief Expert of TÜBİTAK, Ayşe Sayın Üke.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting TÜBİTAK also to this symposium. I'm Ayşe Sayın Üke from TÜBİTAK. I'm working as Scientific Programs Chief Expert in the Bilateral and Multilateral Relations Division of International Cooperation Department of TÜBİTAK. And I have been working there for about 16 years. And, but I'm quite new in PRIMA. I'm responsible from PRIMA since last month, but I have been also in the beginning in the establishment process of PRIMA. Today I will try to give a little bit information on the international programs of TÜBİTAK, and then I will give information on the national process, national support process of PRIMA program in TÜBİTAK. So our department is conducting international cooperation activities through our country's vision based on the science, technology, and innovation policies priorities. So under International Cooperation Department, we have a Bilateral and Multilateral Relations Division and EU Framework Programs Division, which is the National Coordination Office also. So under international scientific and technological collaborations, we have bilateral collaborations. We have multilateral collaborations with the programs and platforms like Eureka, PRIMA, COST. And we are a member of many different international organizations like UN, OECD, ENSO, D8, BISEC, EMBO, EBSCO, WAITRO. And we are organizing science fairs like Turkish-German Year of Science or Turkey-UK Year of Science and Innovation. And we have also relations with science diaspora. We are organizing conference with worldwide known Turkish scientists. So we have bilateral scientific collaboration with 93 institutions from 65 countries. And under these collaborations, we are supporting joint R&D projects of Turkish and related countries, researchers, scientific activities, exchange of researchers. And we have also cooperation with more than 100 countries via the multilateral platforms. And there are 582 ongoing projects under these bilateral and multilateral collaborations. We have opened during the period of January-September in 2022, 41 international cooperation calls, and these have been published, and we have received 892 projects under these cooperation calls. And we are supporting these projects, including PRIMA projects, under the 1071 program. And through this program, there are calls in different thematic areas. There is the possibility of university, industry, public cooperation. We have cause-specific rules and cause-specific budget and project duration under this program. We have lots of bilateral cooperation calls and multilateral cooperation calls like PRIMA, and I will give just little information on these calls, but you can find more information on all of these cooperation calls on our website, because some of them are open during the whole year and some of them are open only for a specific period of time. So we have cooperation calls with USA, Bulgaria, Germany, Belarus, Mongolia, Malaysia, Uzbekistan, Morocco, Japan, Korea, France, China, and Malta. And we have also multilateral cooperation calls like Eureka Network Call, European Partnership on Innovative SMEs, Eurostars, Innovate, IRA SME, CORNET, COST, European Joint Program on Rare Diseases, European Molecular Biology Organization calls, Neurodegenerative Disease Research, CONSART Japan, International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, and Southeast Asian and European Union countries joint funding scheme. So all of these are our bilateral and multilateral cooperation programs, but you can find more, as I have said, on our website. So PRIMA program in Turkey. I will give also a little bit statistics on our performance in Section 1 and Section 2 regarding PRIMA. From the beginning, we have been part of PRIMA, and we have joined to all of calls of PRIMA since 2018. And we have, as our colleagues mentioned, we have 2 coordinators from Turkey in 2019 and 2020 under Section 1. And Turkish partners, the 24 projects under Section 1 have been supported, including Turkish partners. And under Section 2, we have supported, as TÜBİTAK, 35 projects, PRIMA projects, Section 2. And there have been 3 coordinators from Turkey in 2019 and 2021. So Turkey, as our colleagues from PRIMA mentioned, is the country with the highest number of coordinators among the projects supported in the group of non-EU PRIMA participant countries. In terms of national application and evaluation procedure of PRIMA program, under Section 2, at first stage, the international consortium is submitting the pre-proposal to PRIMA, and then the national application to TÜBİTAK is realized. And following the national and international eligibility check, PRIMA international evaluation process is made, and the PIs of the projects evaluated positively are invited by PRIMA to submit full proposal. And at the second stage, the international consortium is submitting the full proposal to PRIMA, and following national and international eligibility check, PRIMA international evaluation process is made, and funding agencies meeting is organized, and according to the ranking list and also the budget limitations of the funding agencies, final decisions are given. And the PIs of the projects which are decided to be supported are invited by TÜBİTAK to submit their national applications. And projects that are decided to be funded apply to TÜBİTAK. And then second stage national applications are taken into budget evaluation process. The budget evaluation report is sent to PI. And the signature of contract process starts when the necessary documents are uploaded. And finally, the funding and monitoring process of projects are carried out nationally. So, during the national application procedure, there are important points that we should pay attention. So, if there are more than one partner from Turkey in the same international project, a single application, including LPI and PIs, must be made as a partner to TÜBİTAK 1071 program. And if there are more than one partner from Turkey in the same international project, it is obligatory for each partner to be defined as coordinating institution and separately under the coordinating institution tab in the national project application, which is made to TÜBİTAK. And the institution, organization that is not involved as a partner in the international project cannot be defined as a coordinating institution. And for projects that will involve partners from Turkey, applications should be made to both PRIMA co-secretariat and also to TÜBİTAK. And national applications can only be made using an e-signature through the project application system. Who can apply to PRIMA and to TÜBİTAK also under PRIMA? Public institutions and organizations including municipalities, higher education institutions, training and research hospitals, and private organizations. So the leader, principal investigator, and principal investigator from academia are expected to hold PhD. And the LPI and PI from public institutions, organizations, and private sector are expected to hold at least BA and BSc degree. So the project personnel in the 1071 program can be principal investigator, researchers, consultants, temporary staff, and PhD students. In terms of national application forms, at first stage we only ask pre-proposal form, which is in English, and at the second stage, full proposal form, second stage national application form, and budget request form should be filled and uploaded in our national project application system. So the funding rate for the large companies can be 60%, for the SMEs 75%, for universities, public institutions it can be 100%, and the maximum duration of the project can be 36 months. Project incentive premium, which is only paid for personnel working at public institutions, and plus overhead for public institutions in return for benefiting from the facilities of the institutions during the execution of the project. So both of them, the sum of PIP and overhead of each PI's institution should be included in the total budget during the international application. This is usually an important point, and this should be paid attention because during the eligibility check and other processes, we are checking this. So there's an e-signature process when you apply via our project application system. You complete also the e-signature process, and at the first stage we are only asking the e-signature of leading principal investigator and his or her institution, organization, authorities e-signature. And at the second stage, all the project team, except for scholars, assistant staff, and international advisors, and the authorities of the institutions of the all project team should also sign electronically the application. So we have to pay attention to these issues. Electronic signature process must be completed within the deadline. The application must be completed also within the deadline. The application must be made in accordance with the call conditions. The application must be filled in detail, and the required documents must be attached. And if there are more than one institution organization from Turkey participates in the same international project, a single national application must be made. Infrastructure and due diligence projects are not supported, and the same or very similar projects should not have received support from BAP, TAGEM, SANTES, etc., other support programs. So these are some examples for funded projects under Section 2 from Turkey. But the list and booklets of funded projects in Prima website are found in these web addresses. There are more projects, and these are only for giving idea about which types of projects are supported. So thank you for your interest and listening to me.
I would like to invite the last speaker of this session, Professor Dr. Fernando Perez Rodriguez.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to start just thank you, Ankara University, for hosting us and organizing this event, and also Prima for supporting the event. This is my turn. I will start explaining the project that is giving us the chance to have this symposium. So let's start with the outline. It's coming to the different direction. I don't know why. Okay, so this is a project that is belonging to the Section 2. We are in the agro-food value chain topic. So we are 5 partners. Within these 5 partners, we have 2 companies, and we are belonging to 5 different countries. So we are having partners from Morocco. We have 2. From Spain, from Turkey, we have 2 partners, and for Germany, we have 1 partner. Also, we have another partner in Argentina, so they are participating with their own funding, so it's happy to have this kind of participation in this kind of projects. That's all about this consortium. So our idea is, of course, to focus on food, but we want to touch different dimensions in food. We want to touch environment, sustainability, profit, of course, and also we want to focus on consumers. In other words, we want to focus on food quality and safety. So this is our main ideas, but our core idea in the project is just that if we enhance shelf life of these vegetables or products, we can also increase the profit, we can also grow the market, and of course we can reduce the food waste. So we want to go from this red line to this green line to increase the shelf life. So we have some studies, previous studies say that if you increase 1 day of the shelf life, you can increase the profit, but also you can reduce the food waste. So because we are from Turkey, from Morocco, from Spain, so we are the three major producers of strawberry and tomato. So it was a chance to have these three countries, so that's why we focus on these two products. So looking at food waste, you may know that the food waste can come for different causes. It can be because the produce in the vegetables cannot meet the quality standard. It can happen in any step in the food chain, from the beginning to almost the end. The plant disease, of course, at harvest, you can have some losses. And the produce deterioration can be also can be a cause of food waste. And the stock management is also key. Based on my previous slide, you can realize that we focus specifically at retail and also in consumer phase. But we also wanted to target primary production. So we also go to the primary production. We realized that after harvesting, we have some residues. So actually, they are a huge amount, especially in Europe, because we are the first producers in the world of produces, and in other words, vegetables and fruits. But also we have side flows. So all of these things are generating residues that sometimes are, or most of the times, are incinerated. So now our idea was just to use them, just to valorize them, and to design food packaging systems. But this packaging system can also help us, because it can reduce the food waste. So we use them to pack or to package strawberry and tomato, in this case, for this project, and increase shelf life and, in consequence, reduce food waste. This was our idea. And how we do that? We want to create synergies. We want to increase the outcome, the performance of this idea. So that's why we decided to combine bio-based solutions with digital solutions and demonstrate the interaction between these two kinds of technologies. We could get a better performance if we combine them. So this picture is trying to represent that we just combine them in the right place stage in the food chain. So actually, we want to explore the path to the biodigital approach in the vegetable sector in order to improve food quality and safety. We believe that we have to follow this combined approach to increase our the food safety and quality of foods in general. Coming down to the project, to the working plant, so we divided our project in different work packages. They are also dealing separately the different technologies, but of course, because we want to apply each technology in the right place, so this work packages is also located specifically in some stages in the food chain. So it's what you can see in this picture. Let's explain a little bit more about the technology that we deployed in BioFreshCloud. Let's start with bio-based solutions. So coming back to the valorization of agro-food residues, so the idea was to use them to generate biorefinery packaging materials and compounds or additives. So the idea was to use a cascade valorization of these residues. So we can obtain different compounds, so we can also get some zero residue with this approach. But also we consider that this vegetable biomass can be a source of functional or bioprotective microorganisms. So we want to see also a life part of the residue. So we performed a systematic review, and we realized that In these two matrices, you have microbial population that can have potentially bioprotective capacity. So that's why we decided to include also this approach in the project. This BC slide is trying to represent how much we can get from the residue from tomato plant and strawberry plant. So we can get bioprotective cultures. We can also get some materials that can be used for coating, some extracts and bioactive compounds that can be combined with the coating of the packaging system. And we can also get some materials that can be used for rigid packaging system, for trays, for example. So it's what you probably see in the next presentations in more detail. But we have to be aware that in some cases you cannot apply the same technology to every product. So you have to adapt to reality. This is the case of tomato. So we don't see coating for most of the tomatoes in the market. So we have to adapt to the particularities of the food. So that's why for tomato we decided to use washing. So some kind of varieties of tomato are washed in the industry. So we decided to combine the bioactive compounds that we obtain from the same plants in the washing of tomato. So we use extracts that were obtained by our Moroccan partners, and we also thought in alternatives, commercial alternatives that can be used. So finally, we decided to use bacteriophages that are also isolated from these plants. You can use bacteriophages just to fight against certain foodborne pathogens. So now we are performing these experiments in Córdoba. What about the digital solution? Okay, the digital solution is supported by two components. One is modeling, predictive modeling, and the other one is the cloud system, IT systems. Concerning models, so we want to predict what is happening. So we are using models that can predict the current status of the produce, in other words, of tomato and strawberry, and other models that can predict or can anticipate what is going to happen based on some input of data. So we can just project what is going to happen in the food chain based on these models. So just showing some pictures of this kind of model. So here are showing data from some spectra from a NIR device. So with this information that can be taken just in line with these devices, we can perform chemometrics model that can just say which is the current status of the product. You can know which is the color, you can measure the color, the firmness of the product, which is critical for a strawberry, for example, the water content or the water content loss, the bricks, and also you can in some way detect the fungal growth at a very, very early stage with this system. But also we are building image-based models, so which is model you can also predict the current status of the product. Here you have some pictures that are belonging to the model that we are developing for strawberry. And here you can see how we can, well, you can guess that we are measuring the surface of the fruit, and with this surface we can also estimate the water loss over the shelf life of the product. But also we are looking into some of the spoilage microorganisms that are affecting this product. You may know that one of them is botrytis, and we are looking at how botrytis is germinating. So we are developing models that can predict the probability of germination of these spoilage microorganisms in strawberry and tomato. For that we are using a specific system models just representing or simulating these two food matrices. And coming to the digital solution, in other words, to the cloud system. In the cloud system, with the participation of T-Senso, we are creating some data flows that are collecting from the food chain. So we have different kinds of data there. So, for example, we can collect data from the product, from the logistics of this product. We can also record temperature data and also humidity data, environmental humidity data. Of course, I showed you this NIR device, or at least the spectra. So we can collect this spectra with this system. We can just store this in the cloud. And all this information is going to be processed in different layers to get as much information as possible. So remember that we are also developing models, so we integrate this data with the models. So we were in a system that is able to automatically get the data from the food logistic chain and the models and combine them to predict. This is the idea. So we are using some specific standard. It's quite widely extended in the food industry, which is APCS. And with this ECPCS, we can do this combination of data and models coming from different sources. So we want to facilitate how this information can be interpreted by the producers, the retailers, and even the consumer. So for that, we are developing a specific index, which is intended to summarize all this information, something more intuitive that can be adapted to the final end user. And in this we call fresh index, we combine the models and the logistic data. And also we validate this with consumer data, consumer opinion. So that's why we want to make this index more intuitive and more interpretable. And of course, we are developing technologies separately. We also want to test how they are performing in reality. So this is the last part of the project. So we are trying to demonstrate this under real conditions. So for that, we are having or counting on several companies. Of course, we are having the companies which are partners in the project, Migros and also T-Senso, but also we have some other companies that were willing to collaborate with us. We have Spanish and also Moroccan companies for product and also packaging systems. So we are having the needed companies just to test this solution. So in more real condition or more closer condition to reality. So we have a limitation here. So we cannot introduce our bio-based systems before approval by our national agencies or regulators. So the solution for this is to test in real condition the cloud system solution, which is quite easily implemented in some industries, or can be easily implemented in some industries, and separately test our bio-based solutions in simulated conditions in the lab or in the pilot plant. So it's what we did, or what we are doing here. So Migros is testing now this digital solution with real data. Actually, you will probably validate. We are now validating this for the next days with Matthias, and then in our lab in Ankara and Cordoba, Morocco, we are validating the bio-based technologies, and then we combine them. So we performed some data analysis, something that we expect to do in the future, because we are now performing this validation and this testing. And in this analysis, we test our food loss improvement and waste, or how much we can reduce with this technology compared with the control lots. We also want to focus on, we want to target carbon footprint to see how we are performing this measurement. Of course, the shelf life extension is critical for us, and it's also connected to the other criteria, and also the economic impact. So if we have some final goals that we propose in our proposal. So we want to test how close we are, and we comply, we meet these this objective that we have for this application. So here we have some of the ideas that we are implementing in this demo. So we are having the scanner, we are providing the scanner to Migros to check, to get the spectra, and I think Matthias and Zeynep will explain more about this, but they just distribute the scanner just to get the real data in the food chain that they are targeting. And we combine the data that they will generate with the fresh index approach, so just to get some more interpretable and tangible measurements of the quality and safety of the products. Okay, this is the last part. We expect to get something before summer or during summer, the next summer, of course. I will let you know, of course, about the progress of this demo part. And I've been brief. I didn't give you some details, but you will have the chance to have more details about all these things I presented to you. So the following talks are going to precisely show these outcomes for the bio-based solutions and the digital solutions. And will also be nice to have the continuation with other Prima projects that are in the same topic. So that's why I think that this is a great opportunity to increase the synergy between us, to share and exchange ideas. So because I think we can go further in our goals and our project because we have the tools. We can now combine them between us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. And it's time to coffee break.
Kontrol edin.
Hocam bakar mısınız? Yok. Welcome to the second session. The first speaker of this session is Professor Dr. Birce Taban.
Okay, welcome again. My presentation, I will not share my details because we are still working on it. My slides will my presentation will like a review. So let's begin. Tomato, let's give to the person, since I am from the dairy department and there are some colleagues from dairy who doesn't study vegetables and fruits. Just brief history of what is tomato and why we choose it and why we choose strawberry to work on. Tomato is one of the most valuable and widely consumed vegetables in the world. It's a vital source of many nutrients and other healthy minerals that benefit the human body, such as ascorbic acid, lycopene, anthocyanin, and beta-carotene. And Spain, Morocco, and Turkey are three of the major producers in the global market with the annual productions of around 400,000 and 200,000 tons and 12.8 million tons of strawberries and tomatoes, respectively. And strawberry is also one of the most popular fruits in the world. When I asked my daughter, she always once preferred to eat strawberry rather than other fruits also. It's popular between the childs as well. It contains high amounts of beneficial compounds such as pelargonidine, ellagic acid, allagitannins, and procyanidin. So they both have a high water content, which makes them very susceptible to several microorganisms throughout the production process, starting from the soil, inadequately composted manure, contaminated seeds, and contaminated water, and ending up with the foodstuff handlers such as farmers, consumers, and kitchen workers, hands, and etc. Therefore, due to the fact that both have a short post-harvest life and are exposed to different external forces during harvesting, handling, storage, and processing, and during long-distance distribution, retailing, and consumption, they have an increased risk of being infected with either various spoilage microorganisms that lead to physical disorders and decrease in product quality, and sensorial characteristics of the products with several pathogenic microorganisms that may cause serious foodborne illnesses and diseases. Food loss and waste currently represent a pressing challenge in the design of sustainable food systems. Food loss and waste negatively impacts food security and nutrition and significantly contributes to the greenhouse gas emission, environmental pollution, degradation of natural ecosystems and biodiversity loss, and represents a waste of resources used in the food production. Food loss and waste represent economic losses for all actors along food supply chain, including consumers. Globally, 14% of food valued at an estimated $400 billion is lost from harvest up to, but not including retail, and 17% more is wasted, and the retail and consumer levels, according to the literature. And according to FAO, fruits and vegetables represent 44% of weight of the global total food loss and waste in Europe. And in Europe, more than 45% of the initial production of fruit and vegetables is lost and wasted along the different stages of the food chain. I got this figure from Fernando. Thank you for making me use this food loss figure. And tackling food loss and waste is defined target, SDG target 12.3, within the internationally agreed Sustainable Development Goals. So tomato and strawberries are ready for consumption without any further possible microbiological treatment. So quality and safety issues are very urgent for consumer health. Therefore, proper preservation methods and marketing technologies are needed, like natural preservatives, which are obtained from agri-food residues of other foods, or from agriculture residues, or from other foods, like I used dairy products, which are, for example, geographical mark cheeses. We will see. Food loss and waste must be drastically reduced and prevented, of course. Reducing food losses has the potential to generate win-wins across all dimensions of the hunger targets by improving food availability, food access, and smallholder incomes, and upholding climate action, life below water and life on land. And in BioFreshCloud project, the development of sustainable technologies was aimed to enhance food safety and quality and improve the shelf life of tomatoes and strawberries, which are expected to have a significant impact not only on minimizing food losses, but also increasing the competitiveness of the Mediterranean region. So many strategies have been proposed in order to preserve and distribute safe, raw and fresh fruits and vegetables. The majority of the employed treatments to protect them from spoilage or pathogenic microorganisms are based on using chemical products when we see. And as an example, I can give disinfection and washing, which are the main procedures used to reduce the population of spoilage and pathogenic microorganisms. And among them, chlorine treatment is a predominant treatment, which is added to water used to wash fruits and vegetables. I see in the literature, and although it has limited antimicrobial efficacy, as it can only achieve almost 1 to 2 logarithmic reductions in the pathogenic microorganisms. However, it has a negative effect on human health. Some countries in Europe have banned the use of chlorine in the disinfection of fresh fruits and vegetables. And considering the chemical residual risk also on the tomatoes or strawberries, there is a great risk on fruits and vegetables, and the development of chemical tolerance in microbial populations. Urgent, safe, alternative methods for managing them are needed, like biopreservation or using bioproductive microorganisms like we are working in our project. So it's also available to use natural ingredients instead of chemicals and food additives, not only to preserve fruits and vegetables biodiversity, but also to increase the storage capacity. For example, the loss of lactic acid bacteria is of great interest since they are generally recognized as safe by the FDA and as equalified presumption of safety by the EFSA, and their antimicrobial products are effective biopreservatives. So biopreservation, which is a green and safe technique, consists of the use of bioprotective microorganisms or natural extract compounds obtained from plants, which will be explained by Dr. Reis, our Moroccan partner, after my presentation, and is gaining great interest in the food industry in recent years. The biological control of post-harvest diseases of fruits and vegetables has become an important field in the food research area. So several yeasts and bacteria have been reported to inhibit the post-harvest decay of fruits and vegetables effectively. So let's pass to these lactic acid bacteria, which we isolate and use for biopreservation. Lactic acid bacteria belong to the most promising biocontrol agents for improving shelf life of fruits and vegetables. In the group of lactic acid bacteria, there are 6 families, several genera, and all belong to the Lactobacilliaceae order, Bacilli class. And the genus Lactobacillus have been, in 2020, reclassified into 26 lineages and 25 genera. You can see in the table 1 the classification and reclassification history, including the Lactobacillus delbrueckii group and Paralactobacillus and 23 novel genera. Here we can see the 23 novel genera of Lactobacillus, and in the cheeses that are geographically marked, we isolate almost 90% of new genera. So bioprotective culture consists of microbial species, of course not only lactic acid bacteria, but since I concentrate on the dairy product, isolation from the dairy product, that's why I'm saying lactic acid bacteria only, that's why I am focusing on the lactic acid bacteria only, able to inhibit and retard the growth of pathogenic and spoilage microorganisms in foods due to the competition capacity for nutrients, or the production of metabolites with antimicrobial properties. This is an ancient and traditional preservation method, by the way, and specific to fermented products like dairy products, fermented fruits and vegetables, meat-based products, and fermented beverages, based on the presence and growth of natural microbiota, or more recently by adding industrial-tested culture starters. The use of lactic acid bacteria in fruits and vegetables helps to better maintain their quality by extending their shelf life, causing a significant reduction and inhibition of the action of spoilage or important pathogenic bacteria, foodborne pathogens, let's say. And the antibacterial effect of lactic acid bacteria is attributed, you can see on the right-hand side, to its ability to produce antimicrobial compounds like organic acids, lactic acid, for example, or citric acid, carbon dioxide, hydrogen peroxide, diacetyl, ethanol, rhetorine, and we can extend it. Also, bacteriocin-like inhibitory substance and other important metabolites, including bacteriocins, which act competitively for the same ecological position with closely related microorganisms. And bacteriocins are different from antibiotics. I would like to focus it again. And as they are produced during the lag phase and are classified as primary metabolites of the bacteria, while antibiotics are produced after the end of microbial growth and are reclassified secondary metabolites. To date, why these are so important? To date, only nisin and pidiocin have been approved for use as food additives by the FDA. But their use has not been formally approved for fruits and vegetables. That's why we focus on to use bioactive peptides and biopreservative microorganisms in the BioFreshCloud project. Therefore, bacteriocin producer strains can be inoculated to fresh tomato and strawberries to produce bacteriocins in stew, which is an indirect way of introducing bacteriocins into them. On the other way, I would like to add that the antifungal activity of lactic acid bacteria has prolonged the shelf life of fresh vegetables and fruits because lactic acid bacteria have also antifungal activity against mycotoxigenic fungi and fungi mycotoxins, showing their potential through the inactivation removal of detoxification processes. Here is a study from another colleague, which is not in our group. I gave the citation here because we have several data together to make them gather together and to show you after I publish the paper. I will share with you. So you can see several studies working on biopreservation methods, but you cannot see so much biopreservation methods usage in the tomato and strawberries in the literature. Escherichia coli, O15H7, and Salmonella enterica subspecies, and Listeria monocytogenes. From this literature, we see that are the main foodborne pathogens that exist on the surface of tomatoes and strawberries, causing serious damage to human health. And this table presents some studies, as I said, on the preservation of fruits and vegetables with the use of bacteriocins among some pathogenic bacteria. In addition, Hydromonas hydrophila, Bacillus cereus, Clostridium, Shigella, we can extend it also, have also been associated with a high risk of illness outbreaks after people ate fresh and minimally processed fruits or vegetables. However, reports show Salmonella enterica subspecies is the most common pathogenic bacteria that are responsible for fresh produce-associated disease outbreaks in the developed countries. That's why in our study during the project, we tested, when we used 5 different pathogens, we tested lactic acid bacteria activity on 5 different pathogens, including Salmonella, Staphylococcus aureus, Listeria monocytogenes, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and one more I couldn't remember because of excitement now. And in the European Union, one of the largest reported outbreaks is Escherichia coli O1004H4 associated with sprouted seeds, occurred in Germany and France with 54 deaths. So usage of and trying to find a biopreservation methods, this time for tomato and strawberry, is a good option to prevent the diseases and also to extend the shelf life with 2 ways. These are the other scientists first use lactic acid bacteria or their filtrates to control pathogenic microorganisms in vegetables. But you can find their studies, but our study will be maybe the very new study for the tomato and for the strawberries, which are isolated from the dairy products, geographically located dairy cheeses of Turkey. Here, there are some photos during our studies in the labs with the petri dishes, several petri dishes, because we have isolated more than 200 isolates, and we identify it with molecular methods and biochemical methods, and then we tested half of it, if they are producing, how they act, because most of them give a result of giving an prevention, decrease in the logarithmic reduction in the pathogens, all we have studied. That's why we tested almost half of them. What is the effect, which hydrogen peroxide production or bactericin production, which way they are existing, their antimicrobial activity on the pathogens. We search for it. And in addition, probiotics have been identified as living microorganisms that have beneficial effects for humans and animals after adequate intake. And we found that some of our bacteria that we isolated and have an antimicrobial activity have also probiotic activity. They have been used to prevent several diseases we know of, like colon cancer, antibiotic-associated diarrhea, or cholesterol reduction. So health-promoting properties have been linked with the presence of some strains of lactic acid bacteria and probiotics, as they have managed to reduce the risk of various diseases. So there is a third aim here in our study. We want to extend the shelf life. We are using a natural biopreservative, which is isolated, maybe most of them new ones. And also some of them have a health promoting effect, by the way. So the genus Lactobacillus is one of the most widely used probiotics available on the market. We, in the BioFreshCloud project, highlights the hurdle technology, the use of natural preservatives, better process control, and food logistics. In addition, The use of natural compounds and approaches is proposed as an eco-friendly alternative in line with the current consumers' demands. Hurdle technology usually works by combining more than one approach. In other words, it's a set of methods used for inactivation of microorganisms in food preservation. And these hurdles are the food preservation factors, which are combined to achieve certain food quality and stability in terms of the temperature, pH, redox potential, water activity, preservatives, and competitive microorganisms. That's why Fernando's team are working on the predictive microbiology, expertise on the predictive microbiology, because these parameters are very important to see and foresee the shelf life of the fruits and vegetables. The surface of minimally processed fruits and vegetables is undoubtedly the most contaminated part with foodborne pathogens. The use of lactic acid bacteria in the preservation of tomatoes and strawberries can also be enhanced when combined with other storage methods, such as you may see in the literature, like low oxygen modified atmosphere packaging, which is applied in storage of fresh produce for extending shelf life. And as an example, the use of bacteriocin-incorporated edible coatings and films could affect the quality and safety of these products, reducing the disadvantages of interacting with ingredients that strawberry and tomato have. The incorporation of live cells of lactic acid bacteria with edible coatings and films can affect some physical properties such as barrier and mechanical, and can also bind the antimicrobial substances to the food product in order to maintain a proper cell concentration that will be able to exhibit an antimicrobial effect. So we will, as Fernando, our coordinator, told you during his speech, we are using a hurdle technology. Also, the type of the packaging is very important, and to integration of these biopreservative microorganisms and bioactive peptides to the packaging materials is the very important part. Therefore, in the BioFreshCloud project, protective effects of lactic acid bacteria are assessed in the presence of other technologies developed, like eco-friendly active packaging, since edible coatings and films added with bioprotective microorganisms are promising natural preservatives. For reducing foodborne pathogens on surfaces of tomatoes and strawberries, we are just at this point of the work in the project. Hence, the bioprotective cultures showing the best performance will be added to the developed lignocellulose nanofiber formulations. Then the packaging with the bioculture will be applied to fresh tomato, and I'm sure it will be applied to strawberry as well in Spain products. This is again another table. You cannot see tomato and strawberry here because this will be done by our group, hopefully. This table represents some studies on the biopreservation of fresh and minimally processed fruits and vegetables with the use of edible coatings and films this time. But they use different type of fresh vegetables and fruits. We will gather our data on strawberry and tomato in the coming days. You can follow the literature and the updating web page of BioFreshCloud. And before last slide, consumer demand for healthy, more natural and free chemical, I should have, one more word. More natural and free chemical fruits and vegetables has led to the food industry to adopt biological control as an alternative technology to maintain safety and reduce contamination with not affecting the organoleptic characteristics of strawberries and tomatoes. This is most expected one from the industry and from the consumers. Yes, we are doing several studies at the lab and we are finding several lactic acid bacteria, biopeptides, but do they affect with the textural properties of the, or organoleptic properties of the products? This is very important because they shouldn't change the original nutritional value and organoleptic properties of the fruits and vegetables. And the use of protective cultures of lactic acid bacteria on tomatoes and strawberries and by incorporation into edible coatings is a simple and environmentally friendly biopreservation technique that doesn't require the use of expensive laboratory equipment. So we can conclude that I prepared my speech as little in order to give more time to the foreigners and our guests. So to conclude, biopreservation, which we are using in our project, helps the production of tomato and strawberries with excellent nutrition and overall quality, and extends the shelf life of course, what's our aim in the project, one of the aim of our project for tomato and strawberries, and enhances the safety of tomato and strawberries if you think about the pathogenic microorganisms and the diseases that they may cause through the use of safe, natural and controlled microflora and non-toxic biologically active compounds. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Our next speaker is Shaima Reis.
Thank you. Hello. First, I want to thank all organizers of this event, and especially Professor Taban. This project is part of PRIMA projects reported by European Union. Our presentation is about the use of agri-food residues as source of bioactive compounds, example with tomato and strawberry. It's a result of a collaboration between National Agency of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants, represented by Professor and Dr. Rais Shaima, and University Sidi Mohammed bin Abdullah Technologies and Sciences Faculty, represented by Professor Al-Hassan Al-Ghadrawi and Professor Fawzi Rashdi. The objective attributed to the National Agency of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants, it's based on the extraction of natural compounds from tomato and strawberry and other plants byproducts to test their activities against pathogenic microorganisms, to isolate and purify compounds with promising biological activities, and to add these selected compounds to the nanocomposites, and finally to test their effectiveness. The tasks performed are as follows: selection of 2 varieties of strawberry and tomato, optimization of the extraction method and the choice of solvents, preparation of the crude extract using ethanol maceration, phytochemical quantification of the crude extracts, evaluation of the antioxidant activity, antibacterial and antifungal screening of the crude extract, TIC analysis of the extracts prepared from strawberry and tomato, bio-gated fractionation procedure, and finally, antibacterial screening of fractions. After optimization of the solvent and the extraction method, the selected part was subject to an ethanol maceration. The use of this technique involves soaking solid matrix in cold liquid in order to extract the chemical compound soluble in ethanol. This technique is very simple, less expensive, and avoid the alteration of chemical compounds at high temperature. Furthermore, the duration of the protocol is very short and efficient. The chemical quantification of the crude extract was done by 3 analyses: total ethanolic quantification, total flavonoid quantification, and condensate tannin quantification. The result of the phytochemical quantification of the crude extracts prepared from leaves show that strawberry variety Victoria and tomato variety Galilea have the highest values for the 3 analyses. The antioxidant assays was done by 3 different techniques. The first is the DPPH free radical, ferric reducing power, and total antioxidant capacity. The result of the antioxidant potential of the crude extracts prepared from the leaves show also that Victoria and Gallilia have the stronger antioxidant activity. Antibacterial and antifungal screening. The biological strengths were obtained from University Sidi Mohammed bin Abdillah Technologies and Sciences Faculty as noted in this project. For qualitative tests of successibility of plant extract, the agar wheel diffusion method is the most recommended and is the one used in this project. Also, a black agar diffusion method was used to evaluate the antifungal activity of plant extract. The results of antibacterial screening showed that tomato extracts were not active against E. coli. However, an interesting activity of this extract was highlighted against fluorescence. Regarding extracts of strawberry, both varieties, Victoria and Fortuna, were active toward both strains. For the antifungal screening, the varieties had the best antifungal activity against Niger with a zone growth of 55 mm for Victoria and 53 mm for Gallilia. Regarding stolonifer, the same results have been highlighted. So we can note that the biological results have confirmed the chemical ones. For the 10-layer chromatography analysis, to proceed with the chemical fractionation, the selection of mobile phase is important. We have performed a TLC of the crude extract using different mobile phases. When analyzing the TLC profile of different extracts prepared from different varieties, the results have shown that for both varieties in each plant species, the TLC is the same, which may mean same chemical composition. That's why we have selected one variety from strawberry and one variety from tomato to be fractionated. Ethanol prepared extract from strawberry variety Victoria were subject to biogate fractionation methodology. The extract was injected in chromatography eluted with mixture hexane ethyl acetate of increasing polarity and to avoid 6 fractions based on their TLC profile. The same protocol were applied to tomato variety Gallilia, and at the end we had 7 fractions. After chemical fractionation and because of the low yield obtained, the minimal inhibitory concentration of all the fractions were determined using broad dilution method modified in accordance with the recommendation published by CLSI for effective evaluation of antimicrobial activity of natural products. The results of the crude extract and the fractions of strawberry show that the MIC of variety Victoria extract were superior than 1 milligram per milliliter. Fractions have shown interesting MIC values in comparison to the crude extract, so we can say that chemical fractionation was able to remove antagonism between fractions. The MIC of the crude active extract and fraction of tomato show that the best activity was highlighted by fraction 1 and 5. This part of study was done by Professor Fernando. Thank you very much. So the results show that the crude extract and fraction 5 of strawberry were active against Staphylococcus aureus and Bacillus cereus. And for tomato, only fraction 2 was active against Bacillus cereus. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma Reyes. And now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Eduardo Espinosa.
Thank you, everybody. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Berge, for the invitation and giving me the opportunity to share my results with the audience. Thank you, FRIMA, for the support of this project, and thank you, the Ankara University, for the organization of this symposium. I briefly introduce myself. My name is Eduardo Espinosa. I'm an assistant professor in the University of Córdoba, and I'm a researcher in the BioBrain groups. Our background or knowledge is mainly focused on the development and application and implementation of biorefinery process in order to obtain multi-products biorefinery. And in this case, we valorize strawberry and tomato plant residues in order to obtain cellulose and lignocellulose nanofiber to get new bio-based solution for packaging systems. Our activities mainly focuses in the work in package 1, trying to valorize the potential of valorization of these agro-industrial waste and industrial residues. We obtain lignocellulose pulp in order to obtain rigid trays for food packages, and lignocellulose nanofiber to trying to improve the formulation in film, in high-performance flexible films, and in formulation of coating, of edible coating for food packaging. So we obtain 4 different demonstrators, 4 different bio-based systems for food packaging. We functionalize this system by different chemical conversion, for example, tempo-mediated oxidation, or the addition, like we see in the previous presentation, of antioxidant compounds to give these active properties to the packaging. And we test this demonstrator or this solution into simulate or real scenarios just to observe how this food behave when we use this type of packaging. Well, why it's important to get new bio-based solution? The population is now experimenting exponential growth, of course, but it is not the first time that we do it. We experiment another exponential growth. For example, when we discover the fire, when we learn how to use tools, when we learn how to use agriculture, farming, but it's nothing. This exponential growth is nothing compared to the exponential growth that we are suffering today. And why we are suffering this exponential growth? Nothing changed. Only we learn how to use efficient the fossil resources. It's the what changed or life in the last century. But the resources not last forever. The resources are limited, so we have to search for another source of resources if we want to follow this progress, not break the progress, don't stop the progress that we are developing today. So we can do a similarity to the bacterial growth population curve. So in the first years of population of humans, we were in the lag phase. We learned how to use fire, learn how to use tools, agriculture, and we are now in the exponential phase. We learn how to use efficiently the fossil-based resource, and we are growing a lot. We have a lot of development in the last years, especially in the last century. But if we don't renew these resources, if we don't look alternative raw material, alternative biomass for obtaining new bioproducts, we will enter some in the stationary phase because we don't have enough fossil resource for everything. We can obtain all the bioproducts or the products, that we are obtaining from fossil products because everything is based on fossil materials, construction, packaging, flooring, everything we obtain today is mainly based in this fossil resource, but it will not last forever, as I say. So we need to search for alternative raw material if we want to continue the progress that we are developing in the last century. So it is the importance of our bio-based solution for this project. And in this context, there are 2 strategies that are pushing to achieve this sustainable development. One of them is the bioeconomy, that is the production of renewable biological resource and the conversion of the resource of this waste into high added value products, for example, food, feed, energy, bio-based product. And another context, another strategy is the circular economy. That is an economic system in which the value of the product is maintained in the cycle production as much time as possible. But we have to take advantage of both systems because both are nice for for the environment and for the society. So if we join the synergistic effect of both systems, we obtain what we know as circular bioeconomy. Just produce an integral valorization of our biomass, of our natural resources, and trying to remain these products the maximum time in the cycle production. How we do it? We can implement biorefinery process in order to obtain different products from waste, because they are natural resources. We have to take value from them. All the biorefinery we distinguish two stages. The first one, when we isolate the different components that form this lignocellulosic biomass, the structural component, for example, cellulose, semicellulose, or lignin, or antioxidant component, how we see in the previous presentation. And a second stage when we transform this platform products or these intermediate products into final products, for example, packaging, as we did in the BioFreshCloud project. How we do it? Well, we have to know the lignocellulosic structure. In lignocellulosic structure in nature, we don't have the different biopolymers in isolate form. No, we have a cross-linked structure that is very hard to separate. It's very recalcitrant, and we have to design a specific process to separate the different components that form this matrix. We have several bonding or several chemical bond between the different components forming this matrix. For example, cellulose and hemicellulose and cellulose and lignin are joined together forming hydrogen bonds. The hemicellulose lignin are joined together by chemical bonding, by covalent bonding, but we can't break this bond and try to optimize the separation or the isolation of the different biopolymers. But it's hard, so we have to deep our knowledge in this area. So our objective is break this lignin carbohydrate complex in order to have the cellulose to produce new bio-based solution for food packaging. As Fernando said in the overview of the project, we have an approach of zero waste in BioFreshCloud project. We can use the biomass to obtain bioprotective bacteria of antioxidant compost, but we can also use the free extract biomass for obtaining cellulosic pulp and using it in the bio-based solution. How we do it? We have the free extract biomass after the extraction of polyphenolic, for example, and we subject this biomass to a pulping process. In this process, we separate the lignin from the carbohydrate structure. So lignin, we can have lignin isolate from this black liquor that is a residue, and we can separate this lignin and use it, for example, in construction, battery, biomedicine, in several sectors, or we can obtain energy from this lignin. But we are valorizing this biomass. And when we have the carbohydrate fraction isolate, we apply for bio-based solution, registrate, or for obtaining lignocellulose nanofiber for flexible films or coating formulation. Well, our first product is the cellulose-based trays. In this case, we use tomato waste plant. We subject this biomass to a mechanical pulping, and the mechanical pulping is it's better for us to produce cellulose because we obtain no liquid residues, we obtain high-performance yields, high-performance products, and it's easier because the expenditure, the cost is lower, the properties of the fiber is better to produce cellulose-based trays by thermoforming processes. So we obtain a very good result using this mechanical pulping to obtain cellulosic pulp from tomato pulp. We use a thermoforming process for obtaining our cellulose-based trays. First, we mix the cellulose with water in order to obtain a cellulose slurry of fiber. We enter a slurry, optimized slurry, of course, in the thermoforming machine with the water and obtain this mole of cellulose. And in the last stage, we do a surface treatment and lamination in order to have the final product. But it was not easy. We have to optimize the fiber condition, we have to optimize the pressure condition, the amount of polyelectrolytes in water in order to avoid the merge of this fiber into the mess of the mold. Because it's very hard to obtain a final product that fulfills with all the requirements in this industry. But we reach it in BioFreshCloud. We can see how we've passed from the first stage, where we don't have a very good final product, to the second stage, where we have an optimized prototype that we can go to pilot plant to test or scale after or before the industrialization of this process. And now we are a patent pending process for have this patent for the production processes of these cellulose-based trays. But it's not the only rigid bio-based solution that we have in this project, because not all the food can be applied in these cellulose-based trays. Normally, we need polymer trays, because, for example, for fruit or for fish or meat or other foods that have a higher water content. And in this case, we mix the tomato fiber with polymers, with thermoplastic polymers. But it's not as easy when we have only cellulose, because cellulose can join together very good by hydrogen bonds. When we have different nature polymers, for example, in this case, biopolyethylene and cellulose, we have to improve the interface adhesion of both polymers, because cellulose is hydrophilic and biopolyethylene is hydrophobic. So in between them, the joint is not so good. So we have to develop or use coupling agent just to improve the interface adhesion of both sections. In this case, we mix biopolyethylene with cellulose fiber from tomato in a thermokinetic mixer, and we obtain hybrid formulation. And we did in a thermoforming machine, in a hot plate press, we obtain a fill with laminates, and we produce the rigid trays in thermoforming machine in order to obtain the final products. First, we have to optimize this coupling agent amount to get optimized adhesion between both phases. In this case, we obtain that the higher amount or the best amount of MAPE, that is malic acid polyethylene, as coupling agent is 10%, and when we optimize this coupling agent, we optimize the amount of fiber in this rigid tray. And we have two advantages in this way. We are replacing fossil resources, replacing biopolyethylene for cellulosic fiber obtained from agri-food residues, and we are doing this product more sustainable, more biodegradable, and more sustainable in general. But it's not the only things that we can do with cellulose, not only cellulose-based trays and not only hybrid polymer trays. We can also obtain lignocellulose nanofibers. These lignocellulose nanofiber present the same advantage of cellulose. It's highly available, biodegradable, biocompatible, but with new features, because nano is not the same as macro. When we obtain nanocellulose, we did it subjecting the cellulose nanofiber to the lamination process. And we have the same advantage, but with new features. In this case, nanocellulose present a high reactivity that is better when we add in matrix, for example, for high-performance fill, because we have high reactivity, high specific surface area, and we have more opportunity to join to the matrix to increase the mechanical properties of the material and have advanced material, functional materials, high length diameter radius, of course, and low density. But nanocellulose also present an inherent high mechanical properties, so we can always use this material as reinforcing agent in all the materials, in all the formulations. There are a lot of application sectors where we can use nanocellulose, but in this project we focus on the development of bio-based solutions for food packaging. In first stage, we use lignocellulose nanofiber from raspberry. And why we use raspberry and not, for example, strawberry? Because strawberry is very good for obtaining bioprotective bacteria, antioxidant compound, because have a lot of green parts, but it's very hard to produce lignocellulosic from these green parts. So we have to search for alternative raw material, and in this case, we use the raspberry residue. So we use this raw material in order to obtain cellulose pulp using a semi-chemical pulping processor, and we obtain lignocellulose nanofiber by the delamination of the fiber using a tempo-mediated oxidation. It's a chemical protective when we oxidate the alcohol primary in the thesis of cellulose into carboxyl groups. It's a very known reaction, very known chemical reaction. And we mixed with chitosan just to obtain a bio-based solution, a bio-based phenol solution. We have a very promising result, obtaining nanocellulose from raspberry residue. We obtain a high performance gel, a high nanofibrillation gel, with a very good morphology, low diameter, a good nanometric size, and we add in chitosan solution, in chitosan film. We see how the nanocellulose is good dispersed in all the material of chitosan, so it's good for us, and we can also observe how the transparency is not so affected. But we observe that the UV blocking capacity increased, and it's very interesting for us because we can avoid, for example, oxidation reaction for food and trying to increase the shelf life of the product in order to reduce the food waste in the retail, for example, in the retail chain. As I say, we can use nanocellulose as reinforcing agent, so we observe also an increase in the mechanical properties of the film, and it's very interesting for us. We also observe an increase in the water vapor permeability and the oxygen transmission rate because we don't forget that we are using a nanomaterial. So we are improving the feel of the matrix, and we are increasing the tortuosity of the matrix that have to, the way that the gas have to drive to get past to the other side of the product. But we have applied also these lignocellulose nanofibers in coating with the optimized result of the film application. In this case, we use also strawberry in order to obtain a circular approach of the use of the residue. And we observe how we improve the loss weight, we reduce this loss waste. About the soluble solid, we have not so change because it's a non-climateric fruit, so it was expected. We improve also the firmness of the fruit after applying this coating, but even better when we applied coating of chitosan with lignocellulose nanofiber in the formulation. So we improve the final formulation using this kind of biopolymers. We observe also how we reduce the microbiological charge in the final products, but no visual change was observed in the 7 days. In the 7 days, that is more or less the shelf life of strawberry. So just to finish, I want to say that we obtained 4 demonstrators in this work package. The first one is the cellulosic-based trait for fruit, that we have optimized prototype in this period. The hybrid cellulose polymer traits for food, that we have also the optimized prototype. The high-performance flexible film using lignocellulose nanofiber that we can produce only at lab scale, and the bio-based coating formulation using chitosan and lignocellulose nanofiber, and we have also the optimized formulation. So we are very excited with this result because we have the first step to the commercialization of new bio-based solution for food packaging. So we have all the demonstrators ready to be using in forcer working package to simulate a scenario, a real scenario, or even for funding with other strategic lines from Europe, from Spain, or from other agencies, just to analyze the capex, the opex of these products, and observe or analyze if we can really replace the fossil-based solution to the new bio-based solution that we developed here in BioFreshCloud project. So, thank you so much. Thank you, the BioPrain group, for her support, and of course, thank you to MicroIbro for the support in this part too. Thank you so much.
And I would like to invite Dr. Aricia Pozas now.
So good morning, everybody. Today I'll be talking about modeling here. But first, I'd like to introduce some context on what we have been doing in the BioFreshCloud. Okay? So that's the main title of my presentation. We're talking about modeling. And in the last weeks, I have been reading a lot about trends in the food industry. And I summarized in this slide what I think are the main trends on the food industry. So here you can see that the first one is related to health, in which consumers are more conscious regarding what they eat and they're healthy. And the second is related to digitalization and the increase in automatization. The third one is the rise of plant-based products, which is quite obvious. We can see it worldwide, the increase in vegan population, for example. The fourth is the commitment to sustainability and reduction waste, which we have been talking about during the symposium. And the fifth is the new flavors and experiences in which consumers are interested. So most of these trends are related to fresh produce, and that's why we can see in the last years and projection for the next years in the increase in the consumption and production of fresh produce worldwide. Okay? So regarding sustainability, what we have been listening in the last months and years are aspects, for example, related to the reduction of water consumption, the use of natural preservatives such as essential oils, the use of natural cleaning solutions such as electrolyzed water, and what Eduardo just talked about, the use of sustainable packaging systems. Regarding the second trend, increased in connectivity and automation, we know that in the last years we have an increase in technology. Now we have what we call the big data. We have to deal with large amounts of data derived from sensors, from GPS, and we need strategies to deal with this data. And in this sense, we have predictive models, we have many software solutions, and we have food cloud services. That's what BioFreshCloud is partly about. So we have to connect all these concepts together. But today, I'm interested in showing you how predictive modeling is related to food cloud services. Okay, so first of all, what are predictive models? Predictive models are mathematical equations which we can use to estimate or to predict the microbial behavior of microorganisms of foodborne in foods, and we can also predict how quality parameters change in a fruit or in a produce over time and under different conditions. Okay, so we have here some examples of predictive models, and sometimes these equations are very complex and it's difficult to deal with them. And some others are not, but anyway, we need user-friendly interfaces, and we need to have these equations in a common place so we can have access to these tools, okay? So what we can do, we can implement these tools into cloud computing systems, including software, including databases, and including software. So here I'm going to show you one example of a software of predictive modeling. The software is called MicroHybro. It was developed at the University of Cordoba by our research group. And basically, we feed the database of MicroHybro with predictive models which we find in the literature, and also predictive models generated with data performed in our laboratory. So once we implement these models in the database, the models become available in a user-friendly interface to be used by user for predictions. Predictions for different purposes, for example, quantitative microbial risk assessments, shelf life estimation, formulation of different food products, and the design of sampling plans, for example. So in this context, I'm glad to be lucky enough to be working in different initiatives, specifically different Prima projects. One of them is the Artisan Food, which is coordinated by a partner in Portugal, and it's related to biopreservation and modeling application to extend the shelf life of Mediterranean products. And I'm also collaborating in Medifit, which Fernando is going to talk about later in the symposium, and the BioFreshCloud, which are discussing today. So here we have the codes, so if you want to access the information regarding these projects, you can do it easily. The Medifit is related to modeling plus digitalization, just a brief introduction, and the BioFreshCloud, biopreservation, modeling, and digitalization. So here, through these QR codes, we can see a simple example of how a digital tool can help us to access information in a very quick way. Just by using this, we can access, for example, the website of BioFreshCloud. So we need solutions like this to access information in an efficient way. What are the main objectives of all these different initiatives? Some of them developing more natural and sustainable products, increasing shelf life, increasing food safety, assuring food safety integrity, decision-making within a short time period, and also developing novel and more efficient methods for quality and safety assessment of foods. Okay? So within these objectives, I'm going to show you what we have been doing so far at the University of Cordoba. So first, we have been working with strawberries and also with tomatoes, but I'm going to show you some results we have obtained with strawberries. So briefly, we divide the strawberries in different portions, and these portions were stored at different temperatures for up to 16 days, okay? So in different time intervals, we withdraw samples and we made a determination of quality attributes. And we made these determinations by using different methods. Traditional methods, image analysis, and visible NIR. And what did we determine? Basically, weight loss, firmness, color, appearance, and fungal damage. First of all, traditional methods. Here you can see my colleague, which is here, Laura, doing a color analysis with a portable colorimeter, and here some results. For example, at 5 degrees, we can see that the color, the chroma parameter of color, which is related to saturation and brightness, it decreases significantly from the 7th storage day. And regarding firmness, we can see, for example, that it decreases significantly over time at temperatures higher than 15 degrees. So with all this information, we are generating models, generating equations. So let's move on to the image analysis. We can see here a scheme which looks a little bit complicated, but basically what we did, photos, high-quality photos of the strawberries. So here we can see the aspect of a photo taken, and then we treat these photos to obtain the information we are interested in. And how we did it. For example, first we removed the photo background, then we removed the parts which we're not interested in, then we did what we called segmentation, and we did all these things just to determine the chemical properties we were interested, and also to estimate the size and area of the strawberries we were working with. And with these images, we could also estimate the fungal damage area. So here, assessing the images at different temperatures and times. So here at time 0, we have very good strawberries, and then time 3, we can see some deterioration, and here even worse, worse, worse, worse. So we have here many different photos. So with the aid of my colleague Francisco, which is also here, we estimated many different parameters based on these images. For example, the fungal damage at 5 degrees. We can see here in this graph, in this model, that the damage increases significantly from the 90th day of storage. And also, we did something like a sensory evaluation of the strawberries, in which we defined different scores of quality. And we can see here in this graph, for example, that at higher temperatures, the appearance is very deteriorated and very poor. But you can ask me, but Aricio, why did you do so many methods to determine the same things? We wanted to compare these methods and to see which one was the most effective to evaluate the quality of the strawberries. So, for example, when we compared the image analysis methods with traditional methods, we can see that there is a very good similarity between the weight of the fruit, for example, determined by image analysis and traditional methods. So we are trying to optimize the food quality assessment for strawberries. So let's move on to the last method we applied, which is reflectance analysis using visible NIR. To this analysis, we used a portable spectrometer provided by our partner, Tisenso, from Germany. And here is also Francisco making the analysis using this portable apparatus. And basically, with this apparatus, what we have is this information, this type of spectra. First of all, this spectra is stored in the cloud system in a type of platform called Fresh Analytics. Okay, and what we can do with this information? Here, we estimated what we called quality reflectance index, which is based on the information provided by the NIR spectra. And this index varies between 0 to 2, with value 2 being the highest quality of the fruit. So we can see here in this graph that by increasing temperature and storage time, we have a decrease of this quality index. And we can see also that at the lower temperatures of storage, we have higher quality index. These indexes were estimated based on all the information that we could take from the spectra. And this information is related to both color, both anthocyanin content, both carbohydrate content, and many other parameters. We can also see here that at the highest temperatures of storage, there's no difference in the quality index that we evaluated and we determined. With all this information I just showed to you, we could develop also a model to estimate the shelf life of the strawberries as a function of temperature. And we estimated that this shelf life varied between 4 to 14 days, plus minus 2 days. So basically, what we can do with all this information? So we have generated these different models, and we also found many more models in the published literature in this subject. So what we can do with this information is to make this information available in a user-friendly interface, which, for example, is microhybrid. So an example here is to implement this model in the database of microhybrid. So this model will be available for predictions in the prediction module of the software for all users. And by the way, microhybrid is a free software. It's available online. So everybody that wants to access it can do it. And here is an example of the weight loss over time at different relative humidity conditions at 2 degrees. So we could predict, using this model, what would be the weight loss of strawberry under a given condition. Okay? And we can do this for all the other models. So which are the next steps that we have been discussing? The main would be to generate a global model with all this information that reflects the overall quality of strawberry based on reflectance values. And we are applying the same approach for tomato, shelf life assessment, and the idea is to make these tools available in open access software or different digital solutions for everybody. So just to finalize my presentation, I want to show you some literature which I recommend reading. It's, for example, the paper of microhybrid. Here we have some examples of applications of the software, so you can access it and try to make predictions by your own. And a recent paper we just published in our laboratory in which I made an overview of all the software solutions developed in the last 5 years for shelf life assessment and management. Shelf life and safety assessment and management. So with this, I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank especially my colleagues that are here, which helped me with this presentation, and also they are helping me on a daily basis. So thank you for your attention.
I would like to invite Dr. Zeynep Zerrin Turgay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming today again, and here is my short bio. I'm happy to be here because I'm an Ankara person. I am graduated from Middle East Technical University, which is in Ankara, and till my PhD, I lived and studied in Ankara. So this is my work experience, and for the last 8 years, I have been working in Migros. So this is an international conference, and I would like to give some information on Migros. Migros is a retail chain, grocery retail chain. It's one of the largest and leading retail chain companies of Turkey, with more than 2,500 stores, large e-commerce operations, and serving more than 10 million of loyalty card holders in every city of Turkey. And Migros is a leader just not because of the high volume, but because due to its innovativeness. Our R&D center, our IT department is accredited as an R&D center. For the last 10 years, we are actively doing research. We have more than 45 patented applications, and we have close collaborations with more than 100 of university and research institutions. We have now 10 international funded research projects, and we have a very well-defined focus on sustainable development goals. So this is what I have done till the last 8 years in Migros. During this 8-year period, I have actually managed 2 supply chain projects, and apart from them, I am now involved in, I was and have been involved in 7 Horizon projects. And among them, actually, BioFreshCloud is one of my favorite projects because it has a very well-defined focus. In a while, I will actually provide some knowledge on what is a systemic solution. It is insightful, intuitive, and almost everyone in this room knows the difficulty of granting a proposal from Horizon. Of course, every project is very valuable, but BioFreshCloud is a very well fit for almost every region in the world in order to pose the difficulties of the Sustainable Development Goals. I will start to explain what is systemic. Everyone, I think, knows this word. They emphasize, the European Commission emphasized systemic solutions. They noted that they need systemic solutions, so I will explain what is systemic and a small short visit to Sustainable Development Goals. And we are face to face now a world hunger problem. How severe it is? We have to measure this. How severe the world hunger problem, and what shall be a systemic solution to food waste? Is every solution correct? Is every reduction of food waste actually impactful? Or does it have a capacity to make the situation worse? We reduce food waste, but we have to query if something improves. Does it have the high impact? Does it have the correct impact? Or is it a wrong solution? And last slide is on BioFresh. What is its features in order to meet these requirements? Meet the requirements of Sustainable Development Goals, global climate problem, and global hunger problem. What is systemic? I think everyone heard of this word, systemic solutions. It is almost emphasized in every call. A systemic solution is explained as the solutions that go beyond the boundaries of a single organization. So why do we have to go boundaries of organizations? It has a logic, it has a theory that is formally explained by John Nash, former mathematician, and Pareto optimality. So what is said is every one of us in this room is an agent. So we decide ourselves, we think for ourselves, we have an objective function, and we act independently. Whenever we get response to other agents, we revisit our decisions. This goes on, go forth, and eventually all of us converge in an equilibrium, which is called Nash equilibrium. We don't want to deviate from here, because this is a comfort zone. If we deviate here, we will be penalized, and if we want to deviate, what happens? There is only one solution that will improve this situation. It is Pareto optimality, and it can only be achieved by acting together, thinking together, acting together. What happens in Pareto optimal condition is no one is penalized, no one. And most of the players, most of the agents improves their payoffs. So the total payoff increases. And because of the solution, the improved payoff, and actually no one is penalized, it actually is the underlying concept of Sustainable Development Goals, which are leave no one behind and do no harm. may I take the attention of everyone because I'm distracted? Okay. Okay, now these are the Sustainable Development Goals, and these are the 17 goals that are indispensable and interlinked. So what we have to do them is to think all about them, not focus on individually, but focus on every aspect of these goals, because we cannot compromise goals. We have to think together, act together, and improve all these goals as possible as we can do. So 12.3 is half the global per capita food waste. Because in developed countries, industrialized countries, what happens is we waste food. In industrialized countries, we don't lose food in the production chain. They preserve the food because they are well-established companies, they are professional, they don't waste. What we do is we waste food at home, and at least 30% of the food is wasted at our homes. So what happens? Actually, it compromises, it aggravates the world's globe problem, a lot of parameters. A lot of parameters, including water, including land, including other species, but most importantly, it actually deteriorates the hunger problem. That is a Sustainable Development Goal to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Okay, what's the definition of food security? Food security is supplying nutritious food at all times, and sustainably and resiliently. We will come to that in a minute. And we have to define what hunger is. Hunger, according to dictionary, is defined as the instant pain, painful situation, that when you cannot find food. And 10% of the globe is chronically suffering from this physical pain. But is it that less or is it higher? Actually, it's higher, and 35% of the globe is suffering from hunger, according to World Hunger Life, that is a German institute. Because they actually make a new measurement of hunger, and they actually focused on 4 parameters. First is undernourishment, people which are hospitalized, who are hospitalized because of illnesses that is due to undernourishment. Second is child wasting, and third is child stunting, that are underdeveloped children, children who are too small. And the last one is the, I think, worst one. It is child mortality. Child mortality is because of malnourishment of the children. And actually, this is 1/3 of the world. They are suffering from hunger. They cannot find food. Even if they can find food, they eat everything all the day. So this is not nourishment. So why food waste important in that sense is actually deteriorates the nation's ability, country's ability to supply food because the food is wasted. So what we have to do, we have to protect the food. Protect its quality, protect the food, and prevent as much as possible. If we can do almost all the food preserved, it might be the best solution. If we can't do that, we can make some other actually methods used, like reduction, recycling, recovery. Disposal is not an option. We are not allowed to dispose. Okay, now I have a solo question. Does solving food waste problem completely, that is 100% prevention, solve the global hunger problem? So if all of us stop wasting food from our households, what happens? Does this solve the problem? No. No, because regions deprived of food and regions wasting food are different. And suppose we stop wasting food, what happens? Nothing changes, because there is 30% excess food on the supply. And if there is no information systems, this uninformation will result in 30% of excess supply, which will eventually get lost. So we also have to have informed planning. We have to reduce the production or manage the supply so that supply and demand is which is eaten food, will be equal or almost equal. So for the food secured countries, is it possible 100% prevention, no food waste, and demand is equal to supply? That is, food we eat and food we produce and supply to the chain are equal. Can it be possible? With a very good information system? No. Again, no. It is no, because we have to be resilient. So resilience means responsive redundancy for system shocks, such as droughts, disasters, war, and COVID. If we do this, if we do supply equal to demand, we can't be resilient. So we cannot find food in crisis. So we have to be somehow redundant, somehow excess supply, but this amount shall be responsive. Okay, in short, every region has its own social, economic, environmental problems in these dimensions. So the solution shall solve regional problems measured with different indicators that are provided by WHO, United Nations, Food Agricultural Institution, World Bank, and etc. And for a region having no environmental footprint problem, for example, we can still deplete red meat. There is nothing wrong with this. There is no environmental footprint, so if it will serve improving the food security, we can do this. But for the regions having no food security problem, the important issue is protecting the climate. We are not actually allowed to produce much higher food than needed. So we have to get plant this when protecting the food. Okay, now the last slide. Why BioFreshCloud fits almost everywhere, and it is a very good solution, is it is totally compliant with do no harm and leave no one behind policies of the Sustainable Development Goals. And ambition is to preserve the food built on a very well-informed decision system. So we have a cloud, and we actually measure where the waste occurs. And we have to, and since we know the real demand, we can actually reduce the production or use this excess supply in other parts of the world, which is actually deprived of it. And we actually prevent food waste and improve food quality in this project. And valorization of the small amount, it's also the brilliant part of the BioFreshCloud. Actually, valorization of the very small amount is used. So that is circular economy against the inedible part of the food, that is cellulose-based, and which has not been part of the economy, by also using very small part of the food wasted. And okay, that's the end of my presentation. So I think you are allowed to ask questions because we have time. Do you have any questions? No? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes, for the last presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Matthias Brunner to the stage.
Well, we have been so often in online meetings in the last 2 years, and always somebody, when starting to say, was on mute. And I have so happy to be here and now speaking in person to you that I just thought give Zoom and team meetings a small bye-bye. We are meeting in person, so no need to think of the mute button. With this small intro, my name is Matthias. I'm the founder and CEO of Censo, the IT partner in the BioFreshCloud project. And after having now these precious talks of my project partners, basically the part of Censo in the project is to wrap these things together and bring it into operation. We have seen that food waste is a very important problem. We have seen the potential of modeling. We have seen the potential of bio-based anti-preservatives. So basically, now it's the question, how can basically this cloud solution really reduce the food loss? And well, there's 3 ideas that come into the mind. One is, of course, you need to increase shelf life. If you have a longer shelf life, you can use the food longer, because today you go open your fridge and you say, it's spoiled. If it would have lasted 1 day longer, I could eat it now. So by extending the shelf life, we reduce food waste. That's what we think. Truth to be told, you extend food waste, you take the strawberries on your fridge, say, hey, they're still good, I'll eat them tomorrow. And tomorrow you say, oh, now they're gone. Basically, you only extending shelf life, it's a prerequisite. We need to extend shelf life to become actionable, but we also need to take the decision at the right point in time. Now is the time to use it. So basically, shelf life extension needs to be communicated to people, that even with an extended shelf life, there is a deadline. It will not last forever, so basically you have to tell people on a household level, eventually in the future, eat it now or throw it away today, because tomorrow it will be bad. There is no need to put it back in the fridge. Now, eating or wasting, putting back in the fridge is just wasting it tomorrow. Shelf life extension, then inventory reduction is like, if you don't keep that much food in your fridge, well, you will not put the strawberries out and put them back in again because there's nothing else. Of course, I take them out and eat it. So the less inventory you have, the less you waste. The last is for Migros, that basically, or decision making, Migros would say to sell off. I in my house would say, well, to eat it. We need to have information that helps me support my decision. When is my planning well, resilient, good? Or when am I buying too much and there is no chance that I will actually eat it? So basically, when we start now putting the shelf life models into action, we have the challenge, how old is the food? And when you buy it in the supermarket, you can roughly guess how old the strawberries are, but you don't know it. And honestly, even a big retailer as Migros doesn't know it, because the producer grows the strawberries, harvests them, packages them, but does he keep them in his warehouse 1 day, 2 days, 3 days? It's his decision. He needs to prove that when he sends them to Migros and they make the goods receiving tests, it's good. But basically everything that happened before is lost. We don't have yet traceability for fruits and vegetables back to the harvesting point. And even if you want to have it, it's a challenge, because you have workers on the field. There are big variety of factors playing into the shelf life. It's difficult to say for each and every single strawberry, we know exactly how old it is. So, but if we don't know this, basically, the shelf life models you presented, they have day 0, and then it goes down. Unfortunately, day 0 can be day -2 or day +3. So basically, this uncertainty completely makes the simulation, I would say, useless, but limits the value, because you have a large uncertainty where I start. So if you say, I don't know where I am, but I'm modeling something, it will not work. So that's why we realized in the project that the project BioFreshCloud needs something like a calibration point. Something where we can say, and now, whatever it was before, it's day 0. And basically, we measured some sweetness of grapes over some weeks. We measured some shelf life of grapes in a different project, how they distribute at the goods receiving of a German retailer. And we found a big spread, big uncertainty. So that says, yes, let's use the goods receiving of the retailer, because that's when the goods from the various producers comes together as our day zero point. And basically add this calibration step. So we have the shelf life modeling done in Cordoba. And we said we need to have something that's rapid, non-destructive, hopefully without opening the package, because I mean, Migros will not be happy if we say we have to taste every strawberry before we can sell it, because there's nothing to sell anymore. So that's why we choose near-infrared spectroscopy as a means that is somehow fast, non-destructive, optical, so it has some advantages, and to have like a cloud backend that can connect to microhybrid to say we have some information as a starting point. And well, basically, the rest of my talk after this intro is just to show how we're going to do it. The validation of this approach will start Monday next week. Together, Zeynep and I will go to Istanbul, provide the scanner, so we'll really go now into the validation phase. But what we need to do is we need to know what products will arrive at the goods receiving today. For this, Migros sends their logistic events as EPCIS. You have heard it before, this data format along the supply chain. And they sell, today we'll have 20 pallets of strawberries arriving in our platform in Antalya. The temperature records, as soon as we receive the data from here to the warehouse in Gebze, to the store, they have temperature sensors everywhere. Amazing. It's really cool because it helps the modeling to get more precise if you know the storage conditions. And basically they also will provide the volumes of products sold or wasted, because that can be like a feedback loop if we're completely off with our models and we say their shelf life is fine, and they say, well, we're wasting, then we know we have a problem. So this is basically the data input. Then we have a collaboration started with the Medifit project, because we do fruits and vegetables, they do cheese and honey, but the data that is needed to characterize the supply chain is basically the same. So the Medifit platform offers an EPCIS repository. And a repository is basically something where you dump all the data in, and whoever is interested can subscribe for it and say, I want this, I want this. It helps to basically for IT systems to communicate. In BioFreshCloud, we did not plan to build such a repository, but since Medifit does it, we said, hey, cool. If you're building it, we use it, and it saves us basically building the direct connection to Migros Censo. We have this intermediate step, the repository, and this also provides basically the scalability of the solution for future projects, future applications. So additionally, we provide the scanners because we need them to assess the quality of food as it arrives to Migros. And then we connect to the model building of microhybrid and execute it for every pallet, for every batch that arrives. If you do it for one pallet, things are easy. I mean, the computational amount that microhybrid needs, it's small. But then if you start to think that basically your pallet comes in to the one warehouse, is distributed to 3 warehouses, each has a different temperature to come, so basically you already have a factor 3. Then it goes to the various stores. So basically, even one pallet can at the end trigger 1,000 computations. So that's why you said, okay, we need to have a scalable architecture, and we choose basically a standard big data paradigm to be scalable, even if we do more than just tomato and strawberries. At the end, the solution should look like this. Probably you already can imagine, but I just say we are at the farmer. The farmer will make produce some strawberries, but we have no clue exactly what he does. So basically, the only thing that we can do is maybe use time series data. He was a good producer last month, maybe he's good this month. So basically, as soon as basically the purchase order from Migros is out, we can look at weather conditions, what happened before, and make a rough analysis or estimate what this strawberry can do. Then the strawberry is sent to Migros, and basically, yes, the contrast of the beamer is bad, but basically the shelf life here is written something between 6 and 12 days. Now the strawberry is sent, it arrives to the warehouse, we make a scan, the data goes to Migros, goes to the BioFreshCloud, calls microhybrid, and we can execute the models, and then it has changed, but the contrast is really bad. Now we know this pallet today has, for the majority, a shelf life of 8 days. And with this information, now Migros can update their planning because they know we have 8 days, not 6, not 12. It helps them basically get more precise. Eventually, we want to make in this project a control loop. So we send the data to the store. There is another scanner, so he can basically, after 2 days, 2 or 3 days later, make another scan so we can see, was our prediction right, or, well, we want to learn it in the course of the project. That's why we start now in November, because we want to be ready for the hot season next year with a fine-tuned system. In winter, it's boring. I mean, strawberries have a good shelf life. Tomatoes have a good shelf life. Interesting things will be when we get to June, July, when we have 30 degrees outside. That's when it really gets interesting. But we use this time now to get prepared. The data sources that we need, I skipped because Fernando told them in his presentation. And, well, shelf life data needs temperature data, the logistics went, production data, and of course the models need lab data. We have some data. A high-level architecture diagram is something that IT people do to basically say how the data goes from one side to the other. And basically what you can say is you have retailers sending to an open APCS repository, and then there is basically a pipeline that says wherever the data comes from, I bring it into a standardized format, into a cube structure where you basically from all points can access the data. You can search, for example, by the retailer location, by the product. It becomes searchable because you have the problem if you want to make a shelf life prediction and display it for a single package of strawberries. And then the IT said, well, where did I put this data? And then you have to look in one table and the other. So basically we want to make things fast. That's why we do this effort. And at the end, it should look like this, that basically we have an app that helps the people scan the food. For Migros, we learned they have in Turkey, we have an excellent traceability system. There is one barcode for each production batch written on the product. So this is really amazing because we don't need to look based on location and timestamp what production batch it is. It's written on the product. So basically, we can scan the product, we maybe make a picture of the label just to be sure that we got things right. And we do the food scan. We maybe want to assess some obvious problems like some beginning mold or something that could happen. And then the data is sent to Microhybrid to provide the shelf life estimate. So much for now. Basically, we are ready to get started. We have connected the data. We have provided the food scanners. We will install them on site on Monday. So the piloting starts, and basically, in the beginning it will not work. Let's be honest. I've never seen an IT system that was switched on and worked. It works a bit, and then you find a bug, and then you refine. So basically, I'm sure we have until beginning of next year to have everything stable. Then we'll have some months to adjust the shelf life models. But basically, by the time temperatures get hot and food waste becomes a more dominant problem, we should have a solution in place that can demonstrate its potential to provide information on which food waste preventing decisions can be taken. And at the end of the project, towards October, the hot season is over, we'll make a data analysis looking at waste volumes now and waste volumes with the information provided, and hopefully can see that the effort was worth it. So I'm looking forward to show you the results in 1 year again. Until then, I want to thank PRIMA, the European Commission, and the German funding agency for supporting the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and it's lunch break.
You're welcome to the afternoon session after the long break time. My name is Tijani Ismail. I am from Uganda, and I am a PhD student in Ankara University, Dairy Technology. In this afternoon session, we kindly request everyone, if possible, to quiet your cell phones. And right now, at this moment, we call upon Associate Professor Gokhan Ozeltan for his presentation. However, because of unavailable circumstances, he couldn't be here with us, but he's going to make his presentation online. Thank you so much, Professor. Associate Professor, you're welcome to your presentation.
Açtım ses.
Can you hear us? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. However, the previous presenter will present later in the time. We shall be informing you what to do next time. However, at this juncture, we call upon Professor Dr. Nurai Aka Budak, who is going to make his presentation right now. Thank you so much.
Hello all. As you see, I'm not Nurai Aka Budak. I have to change my gender, but it's not possible. I'm Ufuk Tanduran, coming from Bursa Uludağ University Faculty of Agriculture. Before I started my presentation, I would like to say my supervisor, Nurai Aka Budak, she sits there. Thanks to her, I got involved in this project. It was a good journey for me, had lots of experience. So, let's start. It's Meditomato project, but full name is Bringing Innovation and Sustainability Along the Whole Value Chain in the Mediterranean Tomato Industry. Short name is Meditomato project. Project is part of the European Union program, Horizon 2020 PRIMA. Project duration is 36 months. Project budget is almost 2 million euro. As you see, you can see two different website links. One is meditomato.eu, is Meditomato official website, and koama.com I'm going to explain soon. The main goal of Meditomato is to demonstrate innovative technology solutions in 3 demo sites based on PRIMA countries, which are Spain, Italy, and Turkey, covering the whole tomato value chain, means from production to distribution, enabling this sector, including smallholders, to progress at different levels: food quality, safety, sustainability, traceability, water management, contributing a consistent rural and social development of Mediterranean agro-food sector supported on a quality, safe, and sustainable production basis. In this project, of course, we are not alone. We have 6 different countries and 10 different organizations. Here is the PRIMA chart. This Meditomato chart, every country has own data, and also we know when to do what. We have timelines, we have work package, we already know what to do what. Strategic objective of Meditomato: design, engineering, and assembling inline low-cost sensor system based on Wisnir, low-cost portable Wisnir sensor, development of iode-based irrigation system, development of fertigation system, food traceability system, demo sites, microbiologic risk and impact analysis, analysis of status, the food supply chain, and of course, using the results to maximize effect of Meditomato. In here, especially in tomato, has lots of quality parameters, but mostly we use Brix, total acidity, firmness, and color base. Normally, I did all these quality parameters in my PhD thesis, but did different methods. With engineering built this sensor, so only one button, the system gives a result to us. So, what's benefit for us? Of course, it's rapid, save energy, save time, also non-destructive the fruit, and monitor harvesting process and optimize water and fertilization input. Development iode-based irrigation system. As you know, in the world we have water scarcity. Millions of people can't reach fresh water. So, with this system, we are saving water. Also, we set up the climate station. Climate station calculate how much water plant needs. We are not going to waste our water. Expectation is more than 10% just saving water. This is at least, can be more. Also, I did my PhD thesis. It is the same similar topic. Also, I used reclaimed water and diffuse irrigation. Use less water, but get same yield. IoT technologies is fertilizer application. System calculate how many kilograms fertilizer plant needs. So, means optimal concentration, less quantities, save money, and clear soil. Food traceability system. I think in the salon, everyone knows what we eat. Where does vegetable come from? Right. With this system, we will check from farm to our kitchen. We will know it. What's benefit for us? Quality, safety, sustainability, and logistic. In here, we 3 different demo sites in Spain, nearby the Malaga, group called name Grupo Lacania, in Italy, Arca, and Turkey, nearby the Bursa, in İnegöl, located in Bursa, a Kuloca Agriculture Development Cooperative. Microbiologic risk and impact analysis to identify hazard and potential source of contamination. Mostly contaminations comes from wastewater. Also, in my PhD thesis, I used wastewater and reclaimed water. So how can we reduce that? We have different techniques, for example, growing conditions in the second topic, using mulch or without mulch, washing fruit or unwashing. Irrigation system. If you use drip irrigation versus spring irrigation, it will be much more less microbiologic level compared to spring irrigation. So also we have to apply each demo site, not only Turkey, not only Spain, also not only Italy, all countries. Also, this project will cover not only tomato, it happened tomato, but we will try to other crops, also other countries, not only Turkey, and using the results to maximize effect of Meditomato. So project objectives in reducing water inputs while increasing production efficiency means less water and same yield. In other terms, deficit irrigation. Have you ever heard deficit irrigation? Nope. I think sleepy, everyone? Nope. Deficit irrigation means when you give less water than field capacity. Means we can save water. Providing better quality control harvesting in the field. As you remember the Wisner device, all-in-one. I'm not farmer or I'm not agriculture engineer. I'm going to check exact time for harvest. Not earlier, not late, just on time. And improving productive quality and safety for consumers. Using optimum fertilizer, what that means? If you use, for example, if you use more than apply nitrogen to plants, it will be nitrogen accumulation. So it is nitrate accumulation. It will be harmful for body. So we have to keep ours healthy. Implementing traceability from production to distribution means where our vegetables comes from. So in the project, as Turkey, as Nurak product, what did we do? We select in 10 dekas area in Kuloca, İnegöl located in Bursa, and we divide into 2 parts. Farmers experiment conditions and Meditomato land. Also in here we grow 2 different cultivars, Hazar and Bumin. Farmers area, farmers grow oven techniques, and Meditomato area, we used IoT irrigation and fertilizer system. Also we test this all, and Wisner device was tested for optimized bricks, total acidity, and color measurement. So, one of the participants, I think, mentioned before cloud system. So, all data collect the cloud and send to Koama platform. As you remember, www.koama.com. On this platform, users could check all agriculture data. Water, fertilizer, weather forecast, soil humidity, air humidity, radiation, all of them. So, for example, 5 years later, you wonder that, what did I do 5 years ago? So, they can log in like Facebook or Instagram. They can log it and check all data in website. We harvested our products, tomatoes, especially the IoT system advantage, especially if you are a lazy person, it will be much benefit for us. Why? Farmers irrigate field early in the morning or late night. With this system, it isn't necessary to go to farm. A smartphone and internet connection is enough. Login, apply, click the button, start to irrigate. So, going to sleep again. Due to coronavirus, we had lots of online meetings. It's not possible to face-to-face. We did in Spain, Italy, and Greece, but mostly met in online. This is one of the photos. Also in local and national media, it wrote there looking for innovation for tomato industry. She's my supervisor, smiling to you. If you want, she is there. She can smile too, also. So, thank you for your attention. If you have any question, if you want, you contact to us, or any question, I can answer you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Dear guests and everyone in the house, we would like to welcome the next speaker, who is going to be Professor Dr. Aisha Karakechili. You're welcome for your presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon. Well, I'm very much happy to share my project details with you today. And before starting, I would like to thank my esteemed colleague and friend, Professor Birce Tabanoğlu, for inviting me. Well, I'm Aisha Karakechili from Chemical Engineering Department, Ankara University. And I'm going to talk about the Bio-Orange Pack, which is a smart and innovative packaging for post-harvest drought management and shipping of organic citrus fruit. Now, in this project, our ambition is to increase the competitiveness of citrus fruits produced by the Mediterranean countries on international markets, even faraway ones like China, by controlling the post-harvest losses and increasing the shelf life of citrus by developing sustainable bioactive packaging. Now, if we have a look at our consortium, well, the team of countries participating in our project fully represents the different aspects and interests of citrus production in the Mediterranean region, as Italy and Spain being the two main citrus producing countries, Turkey as one of the major citrus exporter, and to North African dynamics, Algeria and Tunisia, as expanding citrus producers, as well as the main importer, France, in European Union. Well, citrus actually are the most important fruit crop in terms of value worldwide. And our thematic area is under the agri-food value chain. And we have a duration of 36 months for this project to develop these coatings and films. And we have started in 2020. To increase the efficiency, sustainability, and competitiveness of the post-farming supply chain of organic citrus fruit in the European Mediterranean area, which is being the main goal. Well, the Mediterranean region actually accounts for about 21% of the global citrus production. Hence, the citrus plays a very important role as a driving force for the economy of the entire Mediterranean region. And in all of the citrus-producing countries in this region, particular attention is paid to the quality standards of the fruit, which depend on both the production systems and the efficiency of post-harvest processing, storage, and transportation to targeted markets. Well, quality standards, health of consumers, and the long shelf life are fundamental aspects affecting the competitiveness of citrus fruits produced by Mediterranean countries on both domestic and international markets. While citrus fruits can be infected by many fungal pathogens, rots caused by the fungi are the main cause of this post-harvest losses, and it is estimated to be around 30% of citrus fruits and may consistently reduce their shelf life. Many of these post-harvest pathogens infect fruits before or during harvesting. Moreover, the presence of quarantine fungal pathogens can be a reason for, rejecting imported fruits or an obstacle to their export. Also, some post-harvest fungal pathogens of citrus fruit produce toxins that can pass into and be found in juices produced from citrus fruit and are therefore a concern, serious concern for human health. So prevention of post-harvest rots of citrus fruit is usually carried out with synthetic fungicides, such as acimazepine, sodium orthophenylphthanates, which do not, of course, comply with organic farming. And the residues of these fungicides remain on the fruit, which will cause serious impacts on our health. I believe that we all do not want to have these. Also, the pathogens may develop resistance against these agents, leading to the reduction of the efficacy of some active ingredients. Now, although they are we all know that they are very, very serious problems for human health, they are also banned by organic production systems. In general, public opinion and current national and European legislation on plant health and food security have become extremely sensitive to the presence of pesticides residues in foodstuffs. We also know that the characteristics of the perishability of citrus fruit possess a limit to international trade and long-distance transport and make the management of logistics a critical aspect of citrus trade. More efficient logistics, as well as an appealing and eco-friendly package, would favor an increase in consumptions of organic citrus and would offer new privileged commercial outlets for Mediterranean producer countries. The long-term aim of this project is to promote the production and trade of organic citrus fruit in Europe and Mediterranean basin to meet the growing worldwide demand for this type of product in countries that focus greatly on food safety and environmental sustainability issues. Well, our main goal in BioOrange Pack is to find biocides to treat directly the citrus fruits, but also to activate the packaging, thus reducing the residues on fruit peel and decrease the losses from 30% to 0.5%. Well, for this to reach this goal, we work on the reduction of losses caused by post-harvest rots during storage and transportation by treating the fruits with non-toxic, eco-friendly, and bioproducts compatible with organic food. And we also want to raise the quality standards of fresh fruits and juice by using molecular diagnostics. We want also extend the shelf life of fresh fruit using biodegradable, active biocoating and smart packaging. And application of smart technologies, ICT-based technologies, to reduce shipping times and optimize the delivery of fruits to the targeted markets. We also aim to minimize the waste and utilize citrus peel as a raw material to produce a biodegradable and natural biocoating on food packaging in accordance with the principles of circular economy. Well, citrus peel, citrus waste actually, generated by the citrus processing industry accounts for about 50% of the wet fruit mass, so why not using it? Well, if we have a look at the organization of this consortium, we have 5 main work packages. And in work packages 1, 2, and 3, we're trying to build up some products and make some experiments. And in work packages 4 and 5, mainly the dissemination and project management takes place. Now let's have a look at some important results we have so far in BioOrange Pack. Well, we have been using some bioresidues, some extracts from biosources, biological sources, to have fungicides, to have materials that are effective on fungal contamination. The first one was the shrimp extract, shrimp waste extract that we have produced, that has been produced in University of Catania, and which we are using it in University of Ankara here to produce biodegradable packaging. And another study was on the seaweed extract and plant derivative formula that have been also produced in University of Catania. Well, we also, our colleagues also worked on the development of antifungal bioproducts to control the citrus green mold, and they have done some experiments by using these biosourced antifungal materials, bioactive materials, and they have very good results in preventing the fungicides and fungal contamination on the fruit. We also, in work package 1, our colleagues also work on the new methods to detect these mycotoxins, where they have been working on development of new tools to detect these pathogens, and they have just finished some work on combining the liquid chromatography coupled to the time of flight mass spectrophotometry to analyze these toxins. Now, in work package 2, which I am one of the partners here in Ankara University, we're trying to produce innovative smart packaging with improved barrier properties to extend the shelf life of citrus fruit. What we are basically working on is to use the biosourced antifungal agents produced in University of Valencia in work package 1, take them and graft them to some, again, biological source polymers like chitosan, carboxymethylcellulose, and alginate. So what we do here is not to mix these polymers with the antifungal agents, but we are grafting them to the polymers. We are trying to graft them to the polymers. And so far, we have very good results with chitosan, antifungal grafted chitosan material. And University of Valencia have done some experiments and they saw that it is effective against many fungal pathogens that are present that could be present in citrus fruit. Another parallel study is going on in Spain, in AIM+, which is a company producing bioactive packaging systems in commercial point of view. And they are trying to produce barrier coating formulations based on emulsions, not grafting to the polymers, but based on emulsions. And they have been using natural wax and another type of natural wax, and they are trying to mix these natural waxes and the surfactants and dispersants and produce an antifungal packaging material in commercial sizes. Well, although the packaging material they have produced so far, they have a very good printing low techniness, but there has been a low antifungal activity shown on these packaging materials, but they're still going on to optimize the natural wax and their scale-up and work on other quantities of antifungal substances and evaluate weight loss in oranges by spray applications. And they're trying to create stable emulsions with a different natural wax and evaluating their application so far. Another very interesting work package, well, according to me, is the work package 3, which is called the citrus enos. So I'm very much, although I'm not participating in this work package, I'm very much interested in this work package results, because it's like an alarm system that will tell you, stop, it's going bad. Well, I hope it works well, but so far we have good results from this system as well. University of Catania is working on this system, and they have done some work an assembly. They are working on many gases, and they are diluting the gases and mixing it with the camera and to see if citrus enos is simply working. And with the citrus enos, we are also planning to implement this type of alarm system, let me say, into a packaging system. And the box is being designed to be independent in terms of energy autonomy, and it has been designed to be shockproof and intrinsically safe, and including the citrus nose as well. Well, we are approximately in the 26th month now. We had some delays, obviously, from COVID, but the studies are going on now. And of course, we all had our meetings online, likewise, but I'm hoping to meet them, all of my colleagues. But I didn't wait for the big meeting, and I had a visit to University of Catania 2 months ago. The fat lady in the middle is me, and they're very welcome, and I am very happy, and I feel very lucky to work with Olga and Nunzio together. So, thank you very much. These are all the details I want to share.
Thank you so much, Professor Aisha. And we kindly request you to go for a coffee break, then we shall welcome you for the last session. Thank you so much. Enjoy your coffee. I would like to call upon Associate Professor Gökhan Özbektaş to make his presentation online. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Professor.
Thank you for the invitation. I also would like to thank Professor Birce for her arrangement of today's program. Let me share my screen with you. The abbreviation of this project is AgriCompet. It is about governing the agri-food supply chain and how to improve smallholders' competitiveness. The professors in this project are from the departments of economics and management, so this project is based on economic and managerial analysis. The participants in the project are from Spain, two universities, Oviedo and La Rioja. There is one institute from Greece. There are two universities from Italy, one institute from France, and from Turkey. I'm at the Boğaziçi University, and a team of professors from Boğaziçi University are also members of the consortium. What this project talks about is, in fact, the new optimized models of agri-food supply chain, and these new systems offer fair price for consumers and also reasonable profit share for producers. The keywords of the project are agri-food, cooperatives, geographical indications, e-commerce, public procurement, smallholders, small and medium-sized enterprises, competitiveness, governance, and co-creation. Now, the project deals with the Mediterranean countries. It's a PRIMA project, and it concentrates on agri-food supply chain competitiveness. We are providing some governance and marketing solutions based on cooperation, and solutions related with new markets. The research is going to be based on producer organizations, POs, geographical indications, GIs, and cooperatives. It will be based on e-commerce applications and availability, in fact, of e-commerce platforms. And part of it will be related with public procurement, in particular with schools, where the local institutions are providing food for students. And the challenges at the end based on smallholders' competitiveness. So the project tries to answer the question of how smallholders and their producer organizations, the cooperatives, can design and implement sustainable organizational and managerial solutions to the challenges they are facing. This is in fact related with several European Union goals. These are based on smart specialization in rural areas, rural economic development, and efficient and competitive food supply chains. So we are proposing and piloting a menu of the most effective solutions to challenges faced by smallholders and cooperatives. Here, the underlying argument is that the success of producers in growing and retaining value at local level depends upon the organizational and managerial solutions, and in particular, the project concentrates on these two concepts of organizational challenges and managerial solutions. This is how the project looks like. There are 5 work packages. In the first work package, this is related with cooperatives and other producer organizations. So we deal with new challenges and solutions for Mediterranean producers. We identify and explore the tasks. We also pay attention to explanatory and analytical tasks, and this work package emphasizes co-creation. So this is the joint actions and strategies taken by producer organizations and also adaptation tasks. The second work package is related to geographical indications. Here we would like to diagnose and improve the supply chains, and with a particular emphasis is obviously geographical indications. So the following stages are very similar to the first work package. The third work package is about new market opportunities for smallholders. So this should be work package 3. I'm sorry for the typo. This is based on new market opportunities for smallholders and cooperatives. The fourth work package combines all of these, and it's based on dissemination, exploitation, and communication of whatever we have achieved in the first 3 work packages, and the fifth work package is generally management of the overall project. So one more time, we are aiming improving competitiveness of farmers and small and medium scale enterprises, and we would like to come up with some innovative governance and marketing solutions. Why we need these solutions is because the existing strategies are lacking a customer-oriented approach, and this project aims to fulfill that weakness of current organizations. So, based on the work packages I have just presented, in work packages 1 and 2, we would like to achieve cooperation and integration in agri-food chains. In the third package, work package, we would like to concentrate on new market opportunities, such as e-commerce platforms. And in fact, we have already contacted several e-commerce platforms and conducted interviews with them. As I indicated before, the second part of this work package is related with public procurement, with an emphasis on food provided at elementary schools. I have talked about the organizational challenges. So since we are dealing with several countries, so there will be lots of benchmarks coming from these countries, and they will provide good examples for other countries. So each country, which is a member of the consortium, is going to learn from best practices that have been in use in other countries, and each country wants to share their experiences with other countries. And as I indicated, at the end, we would like to build capabilities for change in producer organization. So the second work package is going to concentrate on geographical indicators. For European countries, a particular emphasis will be paid to the wine industry. So there, especially in Italy and France, there are more than 400 wine types with their own specific geographical indicators. So we are not only restricted with grapes and wine, but still those will be the fundamental products in France and Italy. Spain and Greece also have their geographical indicators. In Turkey, we are not that advanced in geographical indicators. So there are good examples of geographical indicators in Turkey, but our main problem is collecting data and comparing products that have the geographical indicators and products that do not have geographical indicators. So there are no reliable data on them. There are some data, but this is not longitudinal, and we don't have long time series data to make a good comparison and reliable comparison among those. But still, on the Turkish side, we will do our best to provide thorough analysis on geographical indicators. As I indicated, we also concentrate on e-commerce platforms. So these can be platforms that have their own online baskets. So you log into the website and there is a basket, so shopping basket, and you fill that shopping basket and make your purchase. In some cases, some producer organizations or enterprises use social media, like they have. You can purchase by using their Instagram accounts, Facebook accounts, etc. We also have cases selected like this. And in some cases, some producers rely on a bigger platform. So there are alternative business models, and we pay attention, we pay close attention to all of those alternative medium available for purchasing and selling the products. And in the second part, as I have repeated several times before, we will also deal with how the public procurement contracts are available and help smallholders and POs increase their market share. So in the project, we would like to go beyond the traditional quantitative survey-based studies. So what we would like to mostly concentrate on is the study of success cases, where we would like to identify the most effective solutions. And as I indicated, we would like to co-create jointly with various agri-food supply chains. We would like to come up with new solutions, and we also would like to provide the guidelines, roadmaps on how those solutions can be adapted in different countries with different institutional settings, because as one may expect, the institutional setting in France, Italy, Spain are different from the institutional setting in Turkey and probably in Greece. So we would like to see how we can harmonize those solutions to different countries. Another work package, as I talked about, is implementation. So this is going to, in that work package, we would like to incorporate dissemination, communication, and exploitation. And the final work package is, as I have just shown you, about the management of the project. So the implementation is crucial, because we would like to give the smallholders alternative ways and means of improving their status. So the menu of solutions that will be available for smallholders are going to help them increasing their competitiveness and hopefully their market share. So this is how the whole project looks like. I have already talked about the different work packages. So in each work package, first we would like to identify what's going on. This will be descriptive and exploratory research. Then we would like to rationalize the theoretical scope and also interaction among cooperatives. Then this will be followed by co-creation and adaptation, so which will be also another analytical research, just like the previous stage. And then lastly, we would like to disseminate the results we derive, and this will be achieved by conducting workshops both within and across industry and academia. We would like to participate in conferences, submit our work to journals, and there is also an AgriCompet website where all the information is available to the public. So regarding the dissemination, there is a website of the project. We are using social networks like LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter. So we have accounts for across all those mediums. There are several workshops, webinars we have been holding, and we will be holding them in the upcoming months as well. There will be a closing conference of the project. We are going to attend scientific conferences, and we would like to come up with publications and policy briefs as well. This is a 36 months project. So the phases of the project are launching of the project, developing the website and setting up the social networks. We have already done this, and these are ongoing. Then we would like to identify and generate knowledge in the first 18 months. We are already beyond the first year of the project, so we are at the stage of starting the second year. This will be followed, in particular in the second year, with measurement, data collection and analysis. Then we will have the co-creation and adaptation, and in the last 10 months, we will disseminate and communicate the results. We have an exhaustive Gantt chart about the project, so it's difficult to read and follow, but all the different stages work packages and sub-packages are identified in the Gantt chart, and it also shows how the different tasks of the different work packages are related with the first year, second year, third year, and as you see, different work packages are running in a parallel fashion. Almost all participants are leading one of the work packages. In Turkey, we are not a leader of any work package, but we participate in all of the 5 work packages. Now, regarding the work package 1, we have already held one meeting with cooperatives from Turkey. There have been participants close to 26 different cooperative managers. So we held a one-day meeting at Boğaziçi University in Istanbul, and I would like to share a short video of the meeting with you. Hopefully, I'll be able to broadcast. I would like to thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, please let me know. I'll try to answer them.
Thank you so much, Professor, Associate Professor, for the wonderful and most important information that you've given us today. And for an exception, we kindly request for the audiences, if you have some question to our professor, we can have the question right now. Any question, addition, subtraction, where possible. All right, thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you. Have a good meeting.
Thank you so much, thank you.
Bye.
Well, at this juncture, we would like to call upon Professor Dr. Mevlut, MXG from Ankara University, for his wonderful presentation. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am an entomologist working on post-harvest pest control issues. Therefore, our project is related with the post-harvest pest control using green technologies. The acronym of our project is grain-dried fruits. Yes, I think that we all agree with the detrimental effects of pesticides. Now that I think, but we have to use pesticides. Otherwise, we cannot maintain food demands. We cannot supply enough food for the people. These organisms are very dangerous, and as FAO states that up to 40% of crop production is lost annually due to these organisms. And if we don't take any precautions against them, this damage can be doubled. Therefore, we have to use pesticides, actually. For the protection of our crops from these harmful organisms, we use several plant protection products, such as insecticides, fungicides, herbicides. I can continue to count these names. Maybe you have already known those those chemicals. As I already told you, that these pesticides are very dangerous because their residues and metabolites contaminate our foods or animal feeds, or they contaminate the air, the water, and the environment, and really cause big decline in biodiversity. They are really dangerous. This is why EU Commission has decided to cut their use by 50% by 2030. Therefore, we need sustainable alternatives to toxic pesticides. Here, I would like to give you some information about the residue levels determined in the food items. In the EU, 5% of the samples were found as contaminated with pesticides above MRL values. And in this figure, 1.5% is composed of these specimens contained higher level of pesticides than MRL levels. This is really dangerous. And again, when we look at the other produce, here I would like to talk about post-harvest situations. Phosphine is a heavily used fumigant in the world, not only in Turkey, but in the globe. It is the main fumigant using to kill the detrimental insects. And in conventional products, when sampled, up to 33% is found phosphine contamination above MRL value. And when you look at it is very interesting, organic foods, you buy an organic food, for example, but when you look at that, up to 28% is contaminated with phosphine. But you buy organic food, but it contains even still phosphine. Therefore, we need alternatives. When we look at Turkey, the situation is much worsening. For example, peach samples, 57.6% is contaminated with the pesticides above maximum residue limits, and for conventional contamination below the MRL values, in terms of grapes, for example, the value is 35.4%. So we have really a big pesticide contamination problem. And therefore, in post-harvest pest control, we decided to make a project to disinfestation of the dried fruits, mainly dried figs, dates, and currants, using high temperatures in terms of green ways. Our project is 36 months and is officially started in July this year. Here I would like to make some notice about the budget. Here, this is the budget of our project, but maybe this can be helpful because when we submit the project, the euro was 10.1 Turkish liras, but now 1 euro is 19 Turkish liras. So we are in difficulty to maintain our projects. There, I asked the representative of TÜBİTAK to help us in the morning. Let me talk about some more our projects. Our project is coordinated by Alessandro Benterle, as already told in the morning session. We have other partners from Greece as 3 separate teams, and we have another one from Israel, represented by Hagit Navarro. And other than us, we have another partner from Germany. As for the Turkish team, our team is composed of 3 institutions in Ankara University. Other than me, my colleague, Professor Ferizli, he is with us now, and Dr. Şule Tütüncü, she is from Kalecik Vocational School. And in terms of Ege University, for the quality issues, we have Professor Fatih Şen from Horticulture Department, and as a representative of food sector, KFC food. In this, you don't confuse this with KFC chicken. KFC Gıda is a fruit processing company. This company is represented by Mr. Serkan Azman, and our project is supported by national funds, supported by TÜBİTAK. I'd like to give you some brief information about the importance of dried fruits for the economies of 3 countries. In Turkey, we are the leading country producing dried figs in the world. Each year, average, we have 84,000 tons of nearly dried figs. And in terms of Israel, they are the leading date producing country with a special variety, medjool, because actually Egypt is the leading country producing dates, but this is a special variety. It is quite expensive, and Israel produces annually 40 tons in 2019. And Greece is also the leading producer of Corinthian currants. We know it as kuş üzümü. It is very delicious, and we also in Turkey use this dried fruit very much in our different foods. And when we look at the total production, annually over 200,000 tons of dried fruits is exported in these countries, and around $500 million is earned from these produce. And our project also some links and synergies with international and EU policies. For example, in this project, we provide pesticide-free post-harvest pest management. Therefore, this is a very important issue in terms of European side. Also, we have to, because we follow the EU policies, therefore in Turkey we also have to cut our pesticide use by 50% till 2030. And with this project, we will guarantee safe and sustainable products. And also our project aligns with the UNEP's Sustainable Development Goals 12. This is the goal for production without use of pesticides in relating with our project. And with the help of this project, we reduce the dependence on pesticides, because currently the dried fruit production in these countries, in all these countries, depends on the use of fumigants. But our approach is quite promising, and if we succeed, the use of fumigants will be omitted. We also help in this project find solution for the organic production. Some more links and synergies. We also provide some demonstration activities during our project to let the companies using our extreme temperature treatments. And also we provide people healthy foods with the aid of this project. And last one, as the links and synergies, with the help of this project, we changed the process of dried fruits, because as I already mentioned that the dried fruit production is heavily dependent on fumigant use. With the help of this project, we will provide chemical-free foods. After this brief introduction, I can now tell you the project objective. Our project objective is to provide sustainable solutions for post-harvest pest management in dried figs, dates, and currants that can be efficiently and easily adopted by the firms to substitute conventional treatments. Otherwise, these treatments in real situations are extremely based on the use of insecticide or pesticides or modified or controlled atmospheres. Essentially, the modified or controlled atmospheres are green technologies, but their efficacy needs longer exposure times. And dried fruit production or processing, you don't have longer times. You have to make your fumigations as much as possible in short periods. Other than overall objectives, we have some special objectives relating to working packages. We have 7 working packages, and in the first package, we are going to determine the pest species in dried fruit processing facilities, and then we will develop some protocols to kill these insects using with high temperature, extreme temperatures. Also, not only high temperatures, but we also test, we are going to test the low temperatures, of course, including freezing temperatures or a little bit higher levels of temperatures. And after getting these laboratory collected data, we are going to test these data in the real situations in dried fruit processing companies. In terms of Turkey, we make these studies in KFC, dried fruit processing company. And in the meantime, the effects of these treatments on the quality of dried fruits will be evaluated, and then our Greek partners will develop a algorithm. They will use this technology to develop prototypes for applications of mobile devices. So you can, using your mobile device or your computer, you can automatize the system. It will be the novel approach of this project, because already these technologies have been using in dried fruit processing, actually, but the exact temperature levels aren't known. Therefore, we can provide these unknown issues. And also, we will conduct some economic analysis. This will be done by the German partner. Actually, I don't know much about these issues. And the last one is to transfer technology. Through the demonstration activities, we will extend our knowledge to the processing, dried fruit processing companies. And you can see all these activities in this slide. For me, that is all in this project, but I have another, we have also another project in Prima. Somehow, I am not asked to prepare some information about other project, but let me briefly talk about the other project. This is the biopesticide project. In this project, we developed green pesticides from botanicals, plants, or from algae. So it is very interesting. Yes, we have some plant-derived pesticides, but till now we don't have any pesticides produced from algae. Therefore, this other project is also very innovative, and it is very it will be very new in this pest control sector. And that's all from me. Thank you for your attention, and I'd like to take your questions if you have any. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, that part of the project will be conducted by the Uludağ University. Actually, as already said in the morning session, if there is more than one partner in a project, it will be led by the one partner. Therefore, the second project is led by the Uludağ University, and our Turkish coordinator, let me say like that, is a specialist on algae. He will produce algae. As much as I know, microalgae will be used in those studies, but I don't know actually the details.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's no question, I think.
Yeah, if there's no more question, I would like to thank our dear Professor Mevlut for his interesting presentation. And then I would like to call upon the next presenter, who is going to be Professor Dr. Fernando Perez Rodriguez from the University of Cordoba in Spain for his presentation. You're welcome, sir.
No, I already, yeah, no problem. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So it's me again. For now, it's for another project that we are involved in Cordoba. The project is called, well, the acronym is MEDIFIT, and the project is an interlinked digital platform for food integrity and traceability of relevant Mediterranean supply chains. This project is a project of Section 1. It's an innovation action. So we are involved, 12 entities, and we have 7 enterprises involved, which is really important. That's why we are in innovation action. And we had 3 academic organizations and 2 food authorities, which is also really relevant for our project, and especially for this one. And I'm not the coordinator. Likely, sometimes the coordinator is a bit responsibility. The coordinator is from Greece, from the Thessaloniki University. He's Kostas Kosoumanis. He couldn't attend for this meeting, so I replace him. I hope I can just do my job today. And so the main goal for MEDIFIT is to enable traceability, authenticity, of control of traditional Mediterranean foods, integrating, which is the key, innovative analytical methods and digital technologies. To accomplish this task, the consortium will link a decision system, so that we present later on, to a cloud-based distributed data and service integration of backbone, as we call in MEDIFIT, providing access to the decentralized food integrity information repository. So what we actually want here is to bring science to the food control. So for that, we'll focus on predictive models again, and also we will try to optimize non-targeted methods and also make available this method through these technologies for food control, specifically for food integrity. So the goals are specifically to increase the analytical data and prediction transparency, to boost the use of rapid response systems for food integrity. So I just extracted this quote from official word. Fingerprint methods are the ideal candidates to replace the traditional analytical methods. So that's why we include this in our project. So we want to optimize them in MEDIFIT. And of course, we want to connect the different food players, academia, government, private sector, and into this traceability system. So we are going to do this in two specific food chains. One is honey chain, and the other one is the cheese, the dairy product chain. So they are quite sensitive, specifically the case of honey. So they are having many problems of authenticity. So we thought that can be useful to focus specifically on this food chain. So Medify is going to be in these two chains in these control points. So we want to increase the performance of this, just trying to boost in the sharing of information coming from predictive models, but also from analytical methods. So this is our organization, the working plan organization. So we have 5 working packages, or work packages. So there are part which is more dedicated to optimize this node targeted methods, which is the BP2, and there is a BP1, which is more dedicated to the technological, the digital tool. Then we also have these 3, which is going to take the information from the BP1 and 2 and to integrate them in a decision support system. And then we are in BP4, which is going to apply this, to deploy this in a real scenarios. So we want to demonstrate the use of this. So I'm the coordinator of BP4. It means that I will use everything in the project. So I will give you my view as a coordinator of BP4. So what we are doing actually in the different BPs is to adapt existing tools for the different purposes that we have. Where, for example, you already heard about microhybrid in the previous presentation, so this is a predictive tool. So we want to use this to connect and to share models with or through the food chain, the 2 food chains that we are targeting here. For that, we are going to use two specific standards. One is coming from the BFR, which is the food authority in Germany, which is coming from a specific initiative which is called RATIP. And also we are going to use more commercial standard, which is the EPCS, which is also used in BioFreshCloud. So both standards are going to be used to improve the sharing of models and data, analytical data. So PP2 is going to be in charge of this analytical data. So they have, I explain later, but they develop different, they optimize different techniques, and they also fuse the data just going to the higher level model, just to a kind of representing a kind of global model, increasing the performance of these models because are containing other nested models. So I will explain later on. So, so we have, as I said, players. We have the 2 chains, and we designed 3 specific scenarios to be performed using these technologies. One is specifically oriented to these food analytical techniques, these non-targeting methods, which is the scenario 1, fusion data and non-targeting methods scenarios. I will explain later. And the second is food safety models scenarios. So we apply these models in microhybrid using the technology that we developed in Medify, and we combine them just for developing an early warning system to be applied in both food chains. Coming to the first one, the first scenario, so I just wanted to show you all the parameters that we already optimize for this not targeted method. So we, for the case of honey, we include verification of the botanical origin as a parameter to be tested by this technique. So we have, you can see in the table that we have different not targeted or innovative methods. NIR is one of the most used one, but also we use a confocal gamma microscope. So, and we use this for geographical origin testing. We also try to test adulteration of honey just for the use of sugar and syrup. but also we test the use of colorant just to hide some color defect in honey. So we also combine both adulterations, and we also develop some techniques just of optimized to detect them. Also pesticides are also developed here, are also dealt in this project. For the case of cheese, we focus more on the adulteration of the origin of the meal and the use of fat, and especially for microbial contamination. So we develop some optimized techniques for these three parameters. So what we do here is that we use these not targeted methods, or the devices that are used for these not targeted methods, and the laboratory can use them. They get the data, and we perform the models, and the data and the models are used to be fused to get a more sophisticated model, as we call a fusion method. So this information is going to be shared using the BCS standard. So we can access to the models, that we can access to the spectra, and we can combine them just to test all these parameters that we already mentioned in the previous table. This is the idea, because in that way we can share this information between scientists, between the laboratories, between also companies. We can use the model that I developed in my house, in my laboratory, and with in another country, with another spectra. And they can use this model just to detect some adulteration in the product. But also I can have the model, I can get the data from other countries or other producer. I can use this model just to, with this data, to predict or estimate any adulteration in the product. Then we have the second scenario we are going to test is about food safety models. And the idea is similar, but now the models are not about chemometrics, are not about no targeting methods, are more related to microbial contaminations. So here, as Aricia explained, and also Matthias in BioFreshCloud, so we populate the database of microhybrid with models that at the end they will be translated into this standardized way, so the models can be shared with others, and the models can also be fed by data coming from the food chain. So this is the idea. And then for the early warning system scenario, so we have a collaboration, well, we have a participant IT company which are developing the software for documentation in food companies. So they have some software that are dedicated for censoring, but also for, I said, documentation, but also for early warning systems. So they are just implementing these tools in different companies. So they will benefit from the development that we have in the project just to increase the performance of this system, make it possible just to use this early warning system in different companies because they are going to be standardized. So there are the scenarios we have like a different variation. We have this variation of this scenario just to cover different situations. So, but also we are going to have different players. So actually, for the food safety scenarios, we have 3, and we have the National Food Safety Agency, the Spanish one, participating here, also the regional one from Andalusia, Spain. Some universities are also participating outside from the consortium. So we have several players involved in this scenario. For the data collection and data fusion scenarios, we also have some players. Most of them are from Medifit, but we also have some companies coming outside of the project. And for the early warning systems scenarios, we have 2, but here we again are playing with participants in our project. Migros is one of these participants, and we try to check to validate these systems. So let's go for the specific one about predictive models. And what we want to do in this scenario is to try to couple deterministic models with big data analytics models. We won't combine both. Actually, Matthias also mentioned how we can handle them, how we can combine, especially in the case of very massive data amount. And we also want to improve the model accessibility. So we want to make models available for everyone in the food chain that we are targeting. The interoperability is important. So we can use the models now in microhybrid, but as Alicia said, so we want to make this model available for everyone and for every software. So you maybe have your own software and you want to use these models that are in another software. So we want to improve this. And of course, we want to integrate all the potential players and users of these models, and specifically apply to these two food chains. So this is microhybrid. We have different modules. The concept was already explained by Alicia, so I don't want to go again to this. But what we have actually is a very long database, long because I am representing a list, but it's a very populated database of models. These models are for microbial contamination, but can also be for other kind of parameters. So we have some metadata that can help us just to select the right one. And the idea that this model can be assembled, like try to create a food chain or workflow. So in that way we can reflect mathematically this specific food chain. Every model is going to represent one step in the food chain that we want to reflect, to represent with this. So we have, for that, different features, different functionalities. So we can use models, we can define the models with values, or we can define the models with distribution. So it will depend on the data that you have. And at the end, you are just adding new models, new steps, and all of them are going to simulate your process concerning microbial contamination. So it's like what you have here. So we can reflect food chain in models. It's what you have in this slide. How we increase the model accessibility and the searching capabilities of microhybrid. We, in the project, have had to define the metadata. We have to populate the metadata and to include new properties, new fields in this metadata to increase the information about the model, which is critical when you want to select one model. We are different, we are coming from different countries, coming from different industries, different terminology, so we need to have a control vocabulary for this. So we also agree about this control vocabulary. And the model classification is also key. So when you want to select, you need to start from some initial classification. So that's why we also address this point. And model prediction and exchange. So as I said, we based on a specific standard developed by BFR, which is called FSK, coming from this initiative called RAKIB. So this is a standardization. So we expect that EFSA can also adopt this, which is critical. So we adopt the same standard. We can be connected to the Food Safety Authority, which is really important. So this standard enables us to generate model, to implement model, and also to execute models in different software tools. So you can have a model, you can just give the model to another software, they can execute the model, and they can give back the execution, so the outcomes from this execution on the model. So it can help us to increase the transparencies and to have a more collaborative approach for food safety in this case. So we try to empower or to increase these execution capabilities, improving the API system, so something that probably is more technical. But we have to do also this in the project. And this the last part of this explanation, but this probably is the most important part, is the real-time use of the predictive models. This was also explained by Matthias in the case of BioFreshCloud, but we are able to use this model in real time. So it means that we can have data in real time and we can make decisions so fast based on this data. So we want to improve the use of the models in these real-time conditions. So, because sometimes you don't know which model you want to use or you have to use, we want to optimize this selection of the models. We want to just include rule-based approaches or some kind of intelligent selection based on previous selection of the models, and also we can pre-select depending on the food chain that you are going to just target. So some example of how we can use this approach. This is in the case of dairy industry, which is one of the food chain that we are targeting. So here you have microhydro, you have the food chain in which you can, using the EPCS, you can populate this EPCR repository with data coming from the food chain, data that can be temperature, pH, all these things that are really important for food safety and also for food waste. So all this information is going to be in the EPCR repository. So imagine that you are a food consultancy and you want to check if these conditions that are happening in the food chain are conditioning that can ensure the food safety of this food chain. So the way is just to go to the EPCR repository to take automatically the data and just to populate or to feed with this data the models. This can be done automatically and in real time. So then when you have the outcomes, you can also just send the outcome or the result to the food producer, and the food producer can take action depending on the outcome that they have. This is one of the scenarios that we can apply. And the other one is more related, let me just go to this one, more related to the food authority activities, in which you can have both data and models in the repository. And if the food authority want to inspect or want to audit this specific food chain, they can use the data and the model repository that are stored in the database. And based on this, they can just take decision or they can take any action based on the data. So then the other scenario that we have is the scenario of early warning system. So here we are collaborating with a company, Spanish company, IT company. So they, as I said before, they have a specific software just to document food safety systems or food safety standard systems. And they are collecting data for the companies and different steps. And the way that we are doing this is just applying the EPCS system to store the data that are collected by this company, and also to store the warning criteria, so they can be in some way compared and they can be combined, and you can get this warning depending of the data that are being crossed in the database. So they also want to increase the performance of this system using the implementation of artificial intelligence system to interpret a test in order to define alerts in a higher level. So they can facilitate how you introduce this alert criteria in the system. So coming to conclusion here, for Medifeed, innovative food in analysis, control techniques can be integrated in the food chain processes. Standards such as APCS for event series is flexible enough to be incorporated in food safety control and monitoring systems. Digitalization and digital traceability standards can assist small and medium-sized companies to adopt high-level food safety standard and monitoring systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the interesting information that you've offered to us this afternoon. And dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the last session of our symposium. And next on the program, I would like to call the following invited guest speakers for the closing remarks and discussions. First one is going to be Dr. Omer Amawi. We kindly request you over here. Thank you so much. And next one is going to be Dr. Mohammed. And the last one is Professor Fernando Perez. You are most welcome to the stage for the discussion and closing remarks session. Thank you so much.
So I guess we can start, or we can start.
So I think that now is the most important part of the symposium is when you ask questions and we discuss on them, and especially in this case when we have different projects and we can also find synergies between us. Actually believe that we have the potential of having synergies between us. There are so many common things. So I think we can start to discuss.
Well, I would like to speak here, take this opportunity to speak in general about the scientific research and innovation process as a major contributor to the change and to making the lives of people easier. As I highlighted this morning in my speech, and this is very related to what has been presented today, working alone or individually on a specific issue is not an issue anymore. It's not a luxury that people can afford anymore. So the purpose of this symposium actually is to bring different projects that are funded at the same program together, which I really thank my colleague here for and the Ankara University for taking this initiative. Bringing 7 projects to share their experiences and expertise and their ideas is something not only welcomed, but it's urgently needed. And I highlight this issue continuously, and you will be hearing this from me again and again and again, because we really realize that what we are doing is good, as I said this morning, but is not enough. Unfortunately, challenges are increasing much more faster than we are coping with and finding solutions to. So if the scientific community does not take serious actions, we will be increasing the gap between us and the advancement and severity of those challenges. The idea of speaking only science also is good, talking to scientific community. But when we go outside for policymakers, for decision makers, for even funding agencies, this is not, let's say, not preferable. Let me put it this way, and excuse me if I am speaking very boldly and openly here. PRIMA is a funding agency as part of its activities, but who decides for those funds are the policymakers. And if we cannot manage to convince policy makers that what we are doing is really worth it and worth the money that we are receiving from you, we will stop. And Prima is a small example and a very simple example among a big community that is dealing in the same business. So again, I will repeat that the ball is in the field of the scientific community here. Not only to produce knowledge, we need to produce innovative solutions. We need to know how to deliver and how to showcase and how to scale up these outcomes from scientific research so we can maintain our funding resources to continue our research and to show the community that we are making the change that everybody is hoping for. I also talked to Dr. here, Fernandez, that the concept of living lab is something that we have adopted in Prima projects, and we encouraged all projects, when possible and when applicable, to adopt this approach or this strategy, because I see it as a strategy. When we are talking living labs, we are talking about the major player not only in the triple helix or quadruple helix, but in the quintuple helix. When we're talking about the quintuple helix, we're talking about 5 major players here: the scientific community, the governmental community or the policy makers, the industrial sector, the civil society, and the environment. And without having this comprehensive and global perspective about the issues, again, the gap between us, what we are doing as scientific community, and the challenges will keep increasing and expanding, and at what stage we might, hopefully, God forbid, lose the battle against fighting these challenges. Let me stop here and give the floor to my colleague Mohammed Wagih, and probably will come back say something else later.
Thank you so much, Omar. First, allow me to thank again the organizers for the successful symposium. Ankara University, the Faculty of Ziraat, which is more or less the same word as well we have in the Arabic, as well the BioFreshCloud, Fernando and his team for this successful event. As Omar already mentioned that, we are rarely attend events physically. Sometimes, yeah, we attended it remotely, but we cannot miss this opportunity to meet 7 Prima projects under the same roof. This is something very interesting for us, and as he said that it is very fruitful discussions, but this is just the first kick of the game, that because we are expecting more deep discussions between the different projects together. I have maybe some highlights here that I want to share with you, that what I cannot see today is the participation of the private sector or the industry, because I would expect that maybe in the future, or inshallah, that you can invite the industrial sector as well, the private sector, the business sector, because even if you have some limitations in the financial resources, okay, what would be the maximum budget of your project, 1 million, 2 million, whatever, but for sure attracting the private sector can add extra benefits to the project, and not just to end up the project with some good publications in high cited journals. Yeah, this is fine at the academic level, but talking about the people on the ground, like the smallholders or the farmers, no, we are talking about a high technology readiness level, so the role of the private sector and industrial sector is crucial. Second, yeah, we already talked about this cross-fertilization between the different projects, because as we saw that there are a lot of synergies between the different projects, and we kindly ask you as well to visit the Prima website to see and to explore the other project as well, not just on the agri-food, but also for the farming sector, water, and the nexus. I have some remark about the dissemination and communication, because from the slides of some presentation, I may have some comments on this regard. So we keep advising, please, for such events or such outputs or promotional material, it is important to communicate with our communication officer in advance, because she may provide you some feedbacks. For sure, you will not share with her every presentations of your partners, but it is just like one of the kind. Like for instance, if you have a roll-up, so you just provide one roll-up, and then she provide you the comments, and then you can follow for the other versions and so on. The same as well for the templates of the presentation. And this is a request as well. If the presenters can share with me, please, the presentation for today, because we need to archive this as well. Last but not least, I want to acknowledge as well the role of TÜBİTAK as one of the most active strategic partners for BRIMA and the main national funding agency here in Turkey. They show a high response and resilience during the time of COVID, the changing of the national regulations, and this is the same as well for the other national funding agencies. We know that we managed over the last few years to change old national regulations, but for sure still we are waiting for more, because as Omar said that we have now more challenges. It's now increasing from day to day. That's why we need to, this is the transformative momentum that we can take it in order to change maybe some, not, let's say, old-dated national laws or regulations. And we should respect as well that at the heart of every challenge there is a potential business opportunities and an innovation idea. In the upcoming months, hopefully once we launch the BRIMA call for 2023, we will be here again, inshallah, in Ankara, and hopefully next time we will have our new colleague, Ms. Eda Noor. Maybe some of you or most of you already know her. She was the former national contact point for BRIMA at TÜBİTAK, but we succeeded since January to attract her to BRIMA. She is now a new project officer. It was planned to be with us today, but unfortunately due to prior commitments she didn't manage, but inshallah she will be with us in the next info day of BRIMA for 2023. My last say here is to congratulate the BioFreshCloud, Fernando and his team, for successfully passing the midterm evaluation just a couple of days ago. So congratulations for you, and please forward this appreciation to all your team members. You did a great job in this critical time. We know that it was not so easy at all, especially for the projects funded in 2019, because once you just start to launch your projects, we all have been hit with the COVID, with the lockdowns. We know that it was a difficult situation, but you succeeded to manage it. So congratulations for you and for all your team. Thank you so much.
Let's try some interaction with the audience. Yes. So I think it's important that we have also your feedback today. So the floor is open also for you. And there are, I think, 6 projects here in less than 10 meters. So I think it's important that we can just find some opinion from you too.
If there is no comments for now, I'll give you some chance to think about if you have other comments. But I would like to add here, since we are, I guess, still streaming, or this will be recorded, I would like to keep delivering some messages for those who are watching. Well, BRIMA is opening also a window for regional collaboration. It was very clear from the presentations today, at least the ones I have watched and listened to. There was a clear distinction between the approaches, the techniques, the level of maturity, the level of advancement. So this is also a message for all researchers in the region, despite the fact where they are coming from, to make advantage of this opportunity provided by BRIMA to join and to expand their networks. For example, I mean, and I will say it frankly and boldly, as always, without any limitations. At the very beginning of the program, like the first call, I have noticed, or everybody, the entire BRIMA community have noticed that the majority of the coordinators and the applications are coming from Spain. Said, come on, I mean, this program is open for 19 countries. Why Spain? And why Spain are getting and managing to succeed and getting the largest number of projects, but by the time we went through the program, I mean, yeah, they're there. I mean, they're producing good science. They are approaching the challenges in a very good way. And I'm not saying that just to compliment what they are doing, but to say for the other partners in other communities, in other countries, I mean, make advantage of the presence of such good expertise and try to exchange experiences and learn from each other. I thank you again for opening this chance today, for bringing 7 projects, and this is something we were thinking of in Prima, to bring more projects, even at the country level, like all funded by Prima, to bring them all together. But if we can manage, and we are working on it very hard also, to have enough fund to bring more projects from, let's say, all projects funded by Prima, all together to share experiences and expertise. And this is a huge work and requires a lot of time, but if we manage to do it, we will do it. We will not hesitate to do it. So again, there are endless benefits from the Prima program, not because I am in the Prima program, but if you look at it realistically and think of it logically, I think you will realize that there are a great opportunity for research and research community. So I hope you had enough time to think about if you have any comments or something.
Hi. Well, first, congratulations, Fernando and Birch, for the symposium organization. Thank you, everybody, for sponsoring your project. It was a very interesting symposium today here. But I would like to do some comments, for example, from the project Orange Pack. I think it was very interesting because we, in BioFreshCloud, we developed technologies for coding for the chain after the collection of the fruit, but I think that our result can be extrapolated to the control of some disease in fruit after or before, the collection. So I think that we can collaborate in a close way. Recently, I will contact with the coordinator of this project because I think that is the goal of this kind of symposium. Make this collaboration between different projects that have common goals, or at least common technologies that can help in several fields. So I will contact with the partners of this project, trying to extrapolate our technology to this problem. And I would like to make some question to Omar and Mohammed. In BioFreshCloud, at least in the bio-based solution working package, we developed several demonstrations based for bio-based packaging solution. We have some patent pendings, and we have a lot of interest in retailers. For example, Danone in France, Pack Benefit in Spain, some retailers also in Spain, here Migros in Turkey. But I don't know if Prima have a specific funding lines for scale up all these products and close this technology to the industry. Because when we develop this demonstration in lab, it's very easy to test. It's very easy to estimate the cost, but if we want to analyze the capital expenditure, the operative expenditure, we need to do it in a lab scale. We need in a pilot scale. We need to scale up our technology, scale up our product. So I don't know if Prima have a specific line for funding this type of scale up of the product, of the technology, because it will be very interesting for the developed product that we have in BioFreshCloud. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much for raising this interesting point that the first answer, it is no, but I can propose you 3 solutions. First, that for the first time ever this year, we launched a pilot program for improving the innovation cycle of the projects funded by Prima. BioFreshCloud didn't enter this cycle because we just focusing at that time on the already project passed the midterm evaluation. So this means that they approach something, they have maybe some preliminary concrete results, so they can present this. In the 22nd of November, I think you, Fernando, already received this invitation that we will organize a webinar for this regard to talk about how to advance your technology readiness level and approaching the market. So this is the first, let's say, mechanism. Second, we are internally discussing that in the future, besides or in addition to the technical evaluation, we will have this business mentoring as well to be added in addition to this classic evaluation and assessment. If you met this in the midterm, don't worry, you will have it at the final evaluation stage. It is not an exercise, no, it is like an additional services that we in BRIMA are providing to the projects in order to guide them to find the way. Third point, most, if not all, of the coordinating organizations involved in Section R and Section 2, they have their technology transfer offices, they have technoparks, they have already their networks of the private sector. And this highlights what I mentioned in my previous intervention, the role of the private sector. If I manage to have, let's say, the minimum viable product or the MVP, or I prove the concept, or I have already, like the BioFreshCloud or Medifit, the Migros, which is a leading Turkish private company, so they can guide me as an academic partner to how to approach to the market, locally or regionally. And as Omar mentioned, that we needn't to forget that BRIMA is not a national program, not even a regional, it is a bi-regional program. So the international cooperation is the essential component of this program. Fourth, which is an advice for the future application, that many of the BRIMA projects, they already put this component as part of the project. So it will be funded even if it is Section R or Section 2, they already include this, let's say, the business dimension of your product or your project, it was already included inside the original proposal. This means that it will be funded originally by BRIMA. And this is one of the advice that we keep delivering during the BRIMA capacity building that we organize and we keep organizing, that we know for the highly successful projects, and as Omar mentioned in the morning, that BRIMA is a high competitive program. They put, for instance, a tentative business plan for your project. Business model canvas, for instance, identifying your customers, the market share, the customer segmentations of your products. These elements that would differentiate the good project and an excellent proposal that will be accepted and funded at the end. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just would like to add very quickly here. I would never say no to anybody. So this is the difference between probably an officer, or the respect to my colleague, and a manager who BRIMA is very flexible, and we have been since the very beginning. So at any stage, if we realize that there are several cases such as yours, and which is something we are aiming at and targeting, we will definitely take an action, and we will definitely assist with all means available. As Mohammed said, currently we have this Innovation Radar program where we identify projects that are at a higher technology readiness levels and try to help them and guide them through the process of completion and going to the market. So we are providing this help and support, but not through a specific funding scheme, but through our technical support at the Secretariat. So again, if there is any need or any request that is coming from, let's say, several locations in any BRIMA participating states, we will work on it, and hopefully we will come for a resolution to that. Also, we are currently, I'm also glad to announce that we are currently in the final stages of negotiating BRIMA 2. We mentioned in the morning that BRIMA started in 2018 and we will finish the calls in 2024. But we are almost finalizing the approvals, necessary approvals, to go another 7 years of calls. And in that BRIMA 2, we are also discussing the expansion of our activities horizontally and vertically. Horizontally to include more thematic areas in our program, and vertically to support the projects to reach more maturity level and higher technology readiness level, and reach being close to the market.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Well, although this is not my primary research area, I really had a good time today, and I'm really thrilled to listen to all these valuable speeches. And I strongly believe that there will be fruitful collaborations after today. And this symposium really encouraged me to participate in other PRIMA projects. Thank you.
Hello. We know each other. Hello again, Mohammed, and thank you very much again for coming here. I would like to ask a question about the rules and the practical implementations of the rules. So implementation of the rules, maybe the practical implementation and understanding of the rules and the rules of the program may differ. For example, we were together preparing a proposal and would like to invite a partner from European Commission, but not actually PRIMA region. But one of our colleagues, several of our colleagues told that it is not allowed. Even if it is written, practically the proposal will be rejected. This is the practical implementation, not because of the PRIMA's regulations, but the understanding of the evaluators. So there is always a gap between understanding of the evaluators and both PRIMA and Horizon programs. So particularly for this rule, because it may affect the overall performance of both consortium and the proposal. For just sake of this rule and other rules, you may know the problems. Maybe you can make some improvements. Just because the perception of the rules by evaluators and the teams who are responding to the calls, that's my suggestion. Maybe not a question, but.
Okay, if I understand it correctly, that you mentioned that there might be some misunderstanding about the participation of non-PRIMA participating states from the European Union countries, right? Yeah, first of all, if you go to the PRIMA website, you go to the project section or to the analytical tool, you will discover that we have several non-PRIMA participating states already involved in Section 1 or in Section 2, like Argentina, for instance, for BioFreshCloud. We have partners from US, we have partners from Palestine, from Netherlands, from Australia, from Austria, from Sweden. So yeah, they are already involved in this, and we already informed the assessors about this during the first stage and the second stage, and this is not part of the evaluation to see that, okay, yeah, you have a partner from non-PRIMA states, so it's ineligible or be negatively evaluated. In contrary, no. But in fact, they have an added value if you have partner out of these PRIMA 19 participating states. So this means that this partner or this organization has a pivotal role in the project. So in this case, it will be positively evaluated by the assessors. Maybe you are also right that maybe in the next PRIMA info days and capacity building activities, we will underline this part that yes, you can invite as long as the minimum requirement has been already met, which is at least 3 independent partners from at least 3 different PRIMA participating states, 1 from the EU countries, which is 11 countries, and at least 1 of them from the non-EU PRIMA participating states, which is 8 countries. Thank you so much.
Just I want to say thanks for your kind expressions. At least I am really encouraged to submit another PRIMA project. Thank you.
And this is the kind of attitude that we are always hoping for from all researchers. It's challenging, but you are for the challenge. So accept the challenge and go for it.
Any other comment? No?
So I invite Birje just to close the session.
You should join us, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, the guest panelists and the audience, ladies and gentlemen, and would like to welcome Professor Birje Taban, the National Coordinator of BioFresh project, to give her final remarks. Thank you so much, and you're welcome, Professor.
Okay. Dear colleagues, distinguished participants, and my dear project partners, first I would like to thank you for your wonderful presentations and meaningful discussions and deliberations and active participation in every part for the first session and for the second session that we talk on the other PIRMA projects on the theme of agri-food value chain. And altogether, today we have focused on important agri-food sector issues under the title of Valorizing Mediterranean Agri-Food Resources to develop natural preservatives that will be applied to extend food shelf life and provide safer and fresher products to consumers. And we have also learned, I guess, new perspectives on bio-digital convergence and innovative approaches in the Mediterranean agri-food value chain. And after the long sessions of the symposium, we all together shared our own experiences on agri-food issues as a scientist, and by bringing different perspectives and solutions to common problems that we're facing in the agri-food sector, especially in the food loss and food waste. And we realized once again, I love this sentence, that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, and those common agri-food problems can be overcome with a common understanding and a common belief and common solutions. I wholeheartedly believe that BioFreshCloud Project Symposium was fruitful today and was beneficial and gave a new impetus to the agri-food sector. I hope you all share the same feelings with me. And before concluding, again, I would like to express my gratitude once again to all of those participated in this symposium, and in particular to my rector of Ankara University and my vice rector of Ankara University. Really support us to organize this event, and their dedication has enabled this organization of this hybrid symposium. And I also thank again Migros for contribution, my co-partner, Zeynep. I cannot see her now, she left. Okay. We came, this is the first time that I came face-to-face with Zeynep, but we have done several things. This is interesting. So distances are not important for doing a scientific project. That's the only thing is the common, to find a common solution and to think commonly. And to come together, of course. And I also send my special thanks to the participants from Europe who is watching us, and also from Turkey, who have been watching us simultaneously online from the official YouTube channel of Ankara University since morning. And this broadcasting will stay for years in the YouTube channel of Ankara University. That's very important, because I think I am the only professor that occupied the official channel of a governmental university. That's my honor, I would like to say. And thank you, gracias, danke, Matthias, shukran laka, and teşekkür ederim. And before leaving this stage, I want to leave the last words to my international, our project coordinator, Fernando, to close the symposium.
Thank you, Birje. Yeah, well, I can say that it was a successful event, so we were able to gather other projects with us. For me, it was really important, and it can be a minor thing, but even we don't need to collaborate in a project level. We can collaborate in a just specific point that can be common between us. And for me, this is the most important thing today, that we found these common points between us. Sometimes, as probably one of you said before, we are not aware of other projects. We're not aware about the topics or the specific topics, because we are saying this just very, very specialized in one very, very specific topic. So we need to meet it between us. It is the only way just we can detect this specific topic. So for me, it was a successful event. I really thank Birgit for the organization. So also the attendance of Prima here was a really big support for us to have their words and their comments and suggestions. So it's really important for us. And of course, all the projects are also were presented here with us and the audience, of course. Thank you very much.
Ismail, 1 minute. Please don't go. We would like to have all together a photo so that we can remember this special day when we look at it. Yeah. No, here. Normally we, yes.
Thank you so much all. Thank you for everyone for attending. And like the professor said, let's have a joint group photo. It's a kind of request for a good memory.